Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot, and today we are going to have a look at the brand new update that Fenix have just released for their entire series, from the A319 all the way through to the A321 and of course the A320 as well. You can download the update over the Fenix installer and it comes at around 700 MB, but we do expect quite a couple of changes today, so let's go ahead and have a look at what they are. So in general, they have worked quite a bit on some flight modeling stuff for the A321, but also a little bit of system stuff as well as artwork, sound, and most importantly the electronic flight bag. I'm not sure which of those changes I find to be the greatest yet, as I am also going to explore this new update for the very first time together with you guys. But let's go ahead and have a look at some of the stuff that we are going to do today. Now, in particular, in terms of flight modeling changes for the Airbus A321, we are looking at adjusted trim efficiency, adjusted pitch movements, and a gently adjusted A321 elevator, they say. Now, there is nothing for the A319 in there, especially thinking of the drag model over here, but hopefully that's going to come with the next update then. Nonetheless, I am very happy to say that the update is just available right now already, and well, it only took them just about a week and a half in order to get the update out, which is pretty cool, seeing that previously took Fenix like long times to get updates released. So very good to see that they have gotten a little bit faster over there. And G Walker, hi, nice to see you up here in the comments. Now, you're going to be in Helsinki this Thursday. Well, are you going to fly in on an Airbus A319 or A321 by any chance? Alright, that stuff out of the way though, let's go ahead and start having a little look into our cockpit. So let's go right back into it. Now, I couldn't really find any information about the actual equipment of this aircraft, so I've just equipped it with the old standby instruments, but I did install the FLS system because I do want to experiment a little bit with that stuff, hoping that I can somewhat find a solution for some of the broken localizers and glide slopes that we do find every now and then. On top of that, you might notice that the background display of our electronic flight bag has changed a little bit. That screensaver is from the Fenix cabin announcement Discord. Very much recommendable. Really cool thing. Now, let's go ahead and have a look into one of the first changes, and that's going to be right when we're going to import our flight over here, because since SimBrief has done a couple of updates to the I believe 5 different flight plan formats, they broke compatibility with the Fenix aircraft, but as you can see over here, I've used the Lufthansa layout for this particular flight, and now it's perfectly capable of importing that one, as well as the other changed ones, such as, for example, the Emirates format, or I believe British Airways was one of those affected by the changes as well, so that's pretty cool. Now, that stuff out of the way, we are going to fly from Helsinki up to Rovaniemi. Now, yes, we will do that route again in about 4 months' time, but nonetheless, for now, let's go ahead and experience it in summertime, so a little bit different stuff here as well. Now, probably one of my favorite changes is gonna be one that we will see on the turnaround. You guys will probably remember from all the earlier live streams that often you would keep a single passenger boarded over here, and then your entire GSX turnaround would mess up and you had to press reset over here, then reset in the GSX menu, and then eventually it would work again. Now that is fixed, so now the airplane should deboard completely. I haven't personally tried that fix yet, but I'm really looking forward to do that on this live stream. So this is my very first live stream with the new update as well. I'm seeing things just for the first time exactly like you do here as well. Alright, so let's go ahead and go a little bit into our flight planning over here. So for our weather briefing, I am missing my actual weather information. Huh. Is it included up here now? No. Interesting. So it looks like there is still some issues left here. This is the Lufthansa format. As you can see, the weather briefing is missing. Well, No weather briefing, huh? Okay. Fine. As we can see on the significant weather charts, the weather itself is good. And I do suppose we'll just have to have a little look into the SimBrief app then. So it looks like that fix for the flight plan format is not completely working just yet. Looks like they'll have to do a bit more work on that. So starting with our weather over here, we are looking at a departure airport of Rovaniemi, cargo-K conditions as we could just see outside. And they do have ATC online already, which I do appreciate. We will have full ATC for this entire flight. Our destination, Rovaniemi, cargo-K conditions with southerly wind, and that's exactly what the forecast is as well, with a probability for tomorrow some showers of rain and CBs, but nothing to worry about today. Last but not least, let's look at our alternate Ulu, and this one we can find up here. Now, today the weather forecast really good. Tomorrow noon they are going to have some thunderstorms over there, so that's not going to affect our flight, but just something to have in mind over here. Okay, so with that stuff out of the way, let's go ahead and have a look into our fuel so that we can make a decision over here. So they want us to go with 6,100, 203 kilos taxi fuel, so that's exactly 6,300 kilos. I'm gonna load 100 more just so that we can actually use the APU for a little bit, so 6,400 kilos of fuel is what we are going to load up. Okay, apply and load, and then we are going to use GSX for our loading. And with that good stuff out of the way, let's go ahead and start working on our aircraft systems over here. I think I've explained the procedures so many times now that on this one we are just going to carry the procedures out just like we would in the actual aircraft. And X Parallax, hi, nice to see you here. I've caught all of your Phoenix videos recently, but have never live. Gonna be great to watch. Well, welcome. And SP2008, how does it come that the A330 and A320 don't share a common type rating? That's because while the cockpits look similar, some of the systems are different. Not that much, if we are completely honest, but a couple of them. So that's just something to keep in mind over here. Okay, we still have the flight warning computer fault. It's still initializing, but we can see up here that the fire test is working. So let's go ahead and fire up the APU. Obviously, we will have to do the test again later. Okay, so that thing is running up. Last couple of detection faults clearing themselves out right now, and now the APU fire test works in full as well. Perfect. So for the lights, we'll just turn them all off. I did set the time of the day back by 2 days in the simulator here, because I do want to fly this one in daylight conditions and not in night conditions. Now, 2 months back in June, they did really still have very good weather conditions here for the most part. By now, it's getting rather dark again, slowly but steadily, so I did put the time back a little bit. And Tom's Travels, are you looking forward to the towless A330? Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. For sure it's going to be excellent system-wise and flight dynamic-wise. But if I'm completely fair with you, the screenshots did not really convince me. It looked rather awful in the flight deck. So I really hope that that's just work in progress, but normally a developer wouldn't show it like that if they don't want to release it like that. So I really hope that they are going to work on that stuff again. Ah well. Okay, so let's go into it. So, request departure weather, and we're departing 2 to right and 2 to left. Runway condition code 6, that means the runway is dry, no contaminants. Wind 150 at 6, cargo-K 22 degrees, QNH 1014. Sorry, 1024. Here we go, that's probably looking better. Okay, so here's the next change on the load sheet, and that's in terms of our cabin crew. So I told you on my previous live streams that the load sheet used to have a couple of issues, And those are luckily solved now, at least in terms of the cabin crew. So previously it always said 2 pilots and 4 cabin crew. Now it says 2 pilots and 5 cabin crew on the A321, 4 cabin crew on the A320, 3 cabin crew on the A319. And that equals the realistic amount of crew that you would expect over here. Okay, apart from that, zero fuel weight is looking good, and going over the other numbers over here, 208 passengers planned, that is the maximum that the Finnair layout can carry, 100% portable water, and last but not least, we do have 6,400 kilos of fuel in the tanks. So we can go ahead and accept that. Okay, so we're done with that. Then let's go ahead and do our general flight deck setup over here. Luckily, not all that much that we gotta do here. I will turn the air conditioning on though. The airplane has not been powered for a while, so turn the batteries off, turn the batteries on again, and check that they are charging properly, which you can see up here. And then refueling's in progress, so I'll keep the fuel pumps off for now. You can turn them on, but at least on the A330, if you do, you are going to get a fuel aft transfer fault ECAM warning, which is a temporary abnormal behavior of the aircraft, and therefore is known and acknowledged by Airbus. You can cancel it, but quite a couple of colleagues do rather not like it if you do that, because, well, it's an ECAM caution, and, well, you could have avoided it. Okay, fair enough. But okay, looks like our refueling is finished now, so let's go ahead and turn the signs on and the fuel pumps as well up here. By the way, I do have to say that Finnair, compared to all the other boarding musics we've listened to recently, has one of the better ones. Now, someone's been asking about what kind of music I listen to. Now, that would probably rather not fit into the category over here. I'm more of the heavy metal fan, but this boarding music we have over here surely is one of the nicer categories that we recently had. And Sebastian Neubauer, hi. Do I have any favorite airport sceneries in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Now, I'd say anything from Jo Erlendsund. His Cologne scenery, his Oslo, his Brussels. Flightbeam is superb as well. Those are my 2 top favorites. Flight Tampa, superb as well. Those are my favorites, I'd say. Okay, so let's go ahead with our flight. We are the Finnair 9er Papa Echo. Alright, cost index is going to be 30. Cruising flight level 360. Okay, so Helsinki departure. I do assume it's gonna be a runway 22 right today, and that's the Tervu 4 November departure. Here we go. For arrival into Rovaniemi, there's actually no runway listed over here. Now, if I think back to our pre-flight, it's probably gonna be a runway 21 over there. So we do have an ILS approach available, but I told you today I wanted to fly an RNAV approach so that we can experiment with our FLS system. Okay, Nepix 2 Charlie arrival. Here it is, and do we have any bias for that one? Let's go ahead and bring out our charts. Rovaniemi arrival, Nepix, where is it? Here it is, Nepix 2 Charlie. Towards NIPAC. Okay. Wonderful. Then for the secondaries, the engine outset is taking us straight ahead. Now I'm a little bit lazy today, and can't really be bothered to program the custom waypoint. It should be Hell X4, but hey, I'm just gonna enter it this way. Right, holding 217. Here we go, and last but not least, we are going to enter an immediate return. So from the holding, we are coming back to Helsinki. And it's going to be an ILS approach onto runway 22 left this time. And that's it. Okay, so Helsinki 2 to right, 217. And I just created a PBD point here. Couldn't be bothered to actually give it the appropriate name. SB 2008, so does your airline set the THS value on the performance page in the A320? Is there a benefit to setting it? Yeah, the benefit is that auto trim is going to work. So, newer A330s do have an automatic trim system that starts trimming once the first hydraulic system is powered, and that system works based on the CG, but also based upon the value you enter. It basically averages them out. Okay, last but not least, we'll need to find ourselves a couple of fuel values here. So 0.3, 1.4, 1.3, huh? Okay then, finally let's go for our takeoff data. So, Helsinki 2 to right, dry. Let's go ahead and synchronize the preliminary load sheet and the weather over here. View intersection data, let's see if there's anything we can reasonably take. So, Helsinki charts. That's probably the one, is it? We'll go for a parking stand chart here as well. And if we do zoom that in a little, then Whiskey Hotel is probably a good intersection to take here to get some reasonable values. So we'll take Whiskey Hotel. Flaps 2, 51 degrees, 51, 55, 55. Sounds about good to me. So, flaps 2. Then we have 51 degrees flex temperature. And 151, 155, 155. Alright, we'll fly noise abatement procedure number 2 here, so it's going to be 1180/1180, that's 1000 above the ground each, and 1500 for the engine out acceleration. And I think that's it. Okay. So, I do think that that's mostly it, isn't it? Let's go ahead and cross-check our flight plan then, to make sure that everything is actually correct. So, departure. Which one did we have again? Tevru, 4 November. Let's go ahead and try and find that in this bulk of charts we have available here. Search option would be really appreciated. Or an automatic fill, maybe. Where is Tevru? Did I miss it? Here we go, Tevru for November. Okay, so straight at 2.5 DME Hell and 680 feet. Gotta be this one. Then right hand turn, Hotel Kilo 461. With a 283 inbound course. Then we continue, Hotel Kilo 934, maximum 250 knots. Like this. And then a right hand turn towards Tevru, climbing initially 4,000 feet down here. And that's Tevru, and climbing initially 4,000. Beautiful. Swedish Fish, can we send the flight plan into the MCDU in real life? We can uplink the route, but the rest of the stuff we have to insert manually.
Boarding completed.
Wonderful, boarding completed. Okay, I tell you what, in that case, let's go ahead and grab our ATIS one more time. It's information Golf now, QNH 1013. And then let's request our PDC. We'll have a look at the final load sheet in a few moments. So, ATIS Golf, gate 27, station Echo Fox Hotel Kilo, and of course we're gonna say good evening to them. So Helsinki to Rovaniemi, Finna 9, Papa Echo, information Golf, gate 27, good evening, A321, station Helsinki. Sent. Okay, so, now Blank Star, good question. If there is a speed constraint like 220 knots, do you have to fly these 220 or and you be below as well? Yeah, you can be below as well for sure. Normally it's always maximum 220. Okay, so request received, being processed, standby. Thank you. Alright, so in case of our sit, just to give you an example, it's a maximum restriction, maximum 250 knots. In that case, you can of course fly lower. If it's set at 250 knots, then you would have to fly it. Unless you're unable to, then you can of course just tell ATC. Okay, Sasha 2506, have I landed in Helsinki in real life before? No, unfortunately that's not in the route network of my airline. Okay, company message. So, PDC request received, standby. By the way, this is something that I reported to Fenix as well. Like, this is an automatically generated message, and it basically doesn't mean anything other than that you've sent it. But whether the controller has actually received it, well, that comes over here. Like, this message here. This tells us clearance request received. But that's just a little background over here. Okay, so our load sheet is here, with a revision to edition number 2. Okay. So we gotta be careful now. 67.8. Wow, that's quite a bit lighter. And 27.8. So we are missing 1,200 kilos. Why is that? 208 passenger, 5 infants. That is correct. We do have the right amount of passengers, but we're missing 1,200 kilos. Did they not load any cargo? Are we flying without cargo today? I do know that Fenix has changed a little bit of the mass and balance stuff here, but that's strange. So the planned weight is on board. We have exactly our planned weight, but we are 1,200 kilos lighter. 67.9 versus 67.8, so the number in here is correct, but we are 1,200 lighter. Have they changed the dry operating weight of the aircraft? I did use the Fenix profile to create my SimBrief flight plan, but okay, seems like it. So then we have a takeoff weight of 74.0, which we have according to our load sheet as well. Alright, 25.9 is the CG, so we're looking at a trim of roughly 0.8 up. Okay, accept the load sheet, but sure enough this is something that we'll have to investigate. I know they did some changes here, but well, so be it. Okay then, so that stuff is done. I will quickly say hello to our guests and then we are going to worry about our departure clearance again. Maybe the PDC still comes, even though it does take rather long by now, so I have a feeling that they might have forgotten. Dear guests, a very good evening from Flightech. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of Finnair, welcome aboard flight 353 towards Rovaniemi. The flight time today exactly 1 hour, and we expect a smooth flight at an altitude of flight level 360, that's 36,000 feet. I would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Again, welcome aboard. Yeah. Okay, so PDC-01, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, cleared to Rovaniemi, off runway 22 right via Tevru 4 November. And Tevru 4 November is confirmed. Climb to 4,000 feet, squawk 6006. Okay, next frequency 121.8, QNH 1013. 1013 is in here, next frequency 121.8. Okay, Wilco, send. And here we go, 1218 is pre-selected, looking wonderful. Okay, so our clearance is confirmed, and then let's go ahead with our briefing, please. So, first officer, it's going to be your turn here. And CDA received, clearance confirmed. Thank you. Okay, so Helsinki, runway 22 right. We took that first intersection whether we need it or not. Tempo for November, departure climbing initially 4,000 feet. MSA wise, it's pretty low over here. In general, 3,000 is going to keep us safe. We didn't take any extra fuel. Alright, so I don't see any hotspots for the taxi out. Stop margin rejected takeoff is plenty available. The engine out sits straight at 25 miles. Pick up the holding in 3,000 and then we can come back for a landing over here. We are below the maximum landing weight today, so an immediate return is possible. No specials, no non-standards. Do you see any threats for this departure? No. Beautiful. In that case, cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers, removed. Fuel quantity, 6,360 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on, ADIRS, nav, baroref, QNH 1023. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Hey Metal Eye, nice to see you here in the comments. And Matt of Manon, I'm sorry for that. Any changes to the newly released Fenix A321 and A319? Yeah, absolutely. Do have a look into that changelog, it's really worth it. There is quite a bit of stuff, especially in terms of flight dynamics, which is the reason we're flying the A321 today. Okay then, let's go ahead and grab our startup clearance. Delivery, good evening, Finnair 9er, Papa Echo, requested startup.
Finnair Papa Echo, stand number.
Confirm it's Finnair 9er, Papa Echo, stand 27.
Finnair Papa Echo, hello, hold position to the traffic.
Hold position, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Requested startup, not pushback. But okay. They don't really make a difference there on that sim, it seems, but in the real world, most definitely, there is a huge difference for startup clearance and pushback clearance. Normally you get startup with delivery, and only once you have that, then you move on to ground, who is going to give you pushback. But you need them both. Okay, in any case, he says traffic behind us. Yeah, okay, that guy there. Can he just taxi out through here? I certainly would. Okay, anyway. Now, Siranda, how big has the difference in the fuel levels need to be so that you have an imbalance? Honestly, it's gonna throw you an ecom alert when it thinks that you have an imbalance, so you don't even have to know that number. I would have to look it up in the AFCOM as well now. So, differences per aircraft. Okay, in any case, we can say that we did request pushback at 1700, which was our schedule, so any delay is going to be down to our traffic control now.
Finnair 531 request taxi. Finnair 531 tax to 1 point Zulu Golf via Victor Golf. Taxi out Zulu Golf via Victor Golf, Finnair 531.
Okay, so let's close that down. And then it's time for our clearance. And SB 2008, turn on the overhead integrity lights, pretty dull up there. Honestly, I like it like that. In real life I don't have those things on all the time as well, and most importantly in real life you couldn't see a difference during daylight. So it wouldn't look like this. In real life, during bright daylight, you don't see a difference if you have those backlights on. That's the reason I turn them off in the simulator during daylight conditions, because it simply doesn't look realistic. The same, for example, for those floodlights over here, you know. Basically all the lights in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It wouldn't look like this during daylight if you turn them on. You wouldn't see a difference. So, in regards of these lights, MSFS is pretty unrealistic. During night they look great, but during daytime those lights really don't look very good. That, by the way, is not limited to the Fenix. That's basically for... That's basically for all of them. All aircraft.
Ground. Contact tower 118.6, right?
Okay, 118.6. We can pre-select that already.
Finn 531 ground. Hello. Contact tower 118.6, right?
So, the aircraft is very long gone, and the queue is building up. I think I'm going to call him again.
Finn 6 Lima Alpha ground.
Ground, Finn 9 Papa Echo.
Finn 9 Papa Echo, ground, hello. Push and start is approved. Face southwest. QNH is 1023.
Push and start approved. Face southwest. QNH 1023. Finn 9 Papa Echo. Okay.
And ground
Ground for flight deck. Go ahead. Please confirm. Doors and hatches closed, ground equipment removed, and the bypass pin is installed. That's all confirmed. Okay, push approved. Facing south.
Departure runway is 22 right. Yes.
He said southwest, didn't he? Or southeast? Gotta be southwest. Nonetheless, I'll ask again just to be sure.
Taxi holding point Zulu Golf. Hold short runway to left. Zulu Golf, hold short 22 left, in 980.
Finn 9 Papa Echo, confirm the direction of the pushback again.
Finn 9 Papa Echo, push facing southwest.
Southwest, Finn 9 Papa Echo. Okay, so nose right. Okay, ground, push approved, facing southwest, parking brake released. Roger, start the push, stand by for engines. And then we can do the before start checklist, please. Parking brake is released. Take off speed and thrust. V1 151, VR 155, V2 155, flex 51. Windows closed. Beacon on. Before start checklist complete.
Helsinki ground. Hello.
Okay, pushback at 05. That means we're running 5 minutes late, and that's down on air traffic control with the delayed pushback clearance. You could also assign that on to
Zulu, Yankee, and
you could also assign that one on to airport facilities because of insufficient space for the pushback here. But we're gonna make it easy. Late pushback clearance. Alright then, so ground flight, starting engine 2. Clear 2.
Scandinavian 982, contact tower 118.6, bye.
And Sasha, do I use the TCA pack from Thrustmaster? Only the stick. I don't like the throttles. They are much too small. Really much too small. You can't really do proper... you really can't do a proper manual flight with it, so I do use the stick, but not the throttles. And SB 2008, the Helsinki scenery is from MK Studios. Okay, ground, we've got a good start 2, starting 1.
Expect your pushback in about 3 minutes. Very well, Mike.
Your hand luggage can also be placed under the seat in front of you. Thank you.
Airborne G, can I push my bitrate up a little, like 10,000 or 20,000? I believe it is at 16,000 already, so that should not cause any issues. And JJ Stevens, the Thrustmaster TCA throttles are useless for realism, the detents are wrong. Yeah, unfortunately. Really, they aren't very good. I used the Honeycomb Bravo for that, and that's much better. But the stick is quite cool. Okay, 2 good starts, then ground, you clear disconnect, show me the sign on the left side please, with the pin, and have a wonderful evening, bye! Okay, it's not too hot, let's do single pack over here, saves a little bit of fuel. Okay, that's our handling agent with the hand signal after start checklist. Anti-ice, off, ecom status,
taxi next,
checked,
to the
pitch
right,
trim,
and stand 3-2.
25.9%, rudder trim,
Next to the right,
neutral
stand
after start
3
checklist
to,
complete.
Renault 259.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, request taxi.
Stop approved, face northwest, UNH 1023. Blocked. Finnair 1 Papa Mike, push and stand up approved, face northwest, QNH 1023. H103, push and stand up approved, physics northwest, Finnair 1 Papa Mike.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, request taxi.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, hold position, stand by, call it back.
Holding position, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Just don't tell me he approved pushback for this Finnair over here. Please don't tell me. Probably that guy taxiing in, and I do hope that that's it.
Ground, good evening, Finnair 2 Mike Foxtrot, stand 30 ready for push and start. Finnair 2 Mike Foxtrot, hold position, due to traffic, call it back. Finnair 9 Papa Echo, taxi holding point, Zulu Golf, hold short, runway 2 left.
Holding point Zulu Golf, hold short, 2 left, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay, brake released. So out to the right. Brake check. Pressure 0. Okay, so we go straight out, then a right hand turn, and then Zulu Golf is right over here. So right hand turn, straight ahead, hold short of the runway.
Finnair 2 Mike Fox. Up to the company, Airbus A321. Push and start approved.
So that's gonna be right over here, and then we hold short of the runway.
Northeast, QNH 103. After clear of company A321, push and start approved facing northeast, QNH 1023, Finnair 2 Mike Fox.
Okay, so Alpha Charlie over here, Zulu Golf is straight over there. Yep, there it's written as well on the signs. Wonderful.
And Finnair 2 Mike Fox, just to be clear, push, facing southwest. Push,
Okay, clear left side, clear right side. Flight control check.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, contact tower 118.6, bye.
118.6, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, bye. Helsinki Tower, good evening. Finnair 9 Papa Echo in Zulu Golf.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo via Zulu Golf, cross runway 2 left, and continue taxi to holding point Whiskey Golf.
Cross runway 2 left, taxi holding point Whiskey Golf, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay, so we'll cross first, then we do the flight controls thereafter. Clear outside, clear left side,
good evening.
clear to cross. And holding point Zulu.
748,
ATC message.
very good evening, continue approach.
Clearance delivered via Telex, Squawk Charlie. That thing is on. Well, stand by. Finnair Nana Papa Echo.
Finnair Nana Papa Echo, tower.
And Nana Papa Echo, we just received the telex from you to squawk mode Charlie. Can you confirm you're not receiving mode Charlie at the moment?
Finnair Nana Papa Echo, I see you have squawk mode Charlie.
Okay, thank you, then we'll disregard the telex. No idea where that came from or what it was about. Okay, we'll cancel that. He has already delivered the cabin ready message over here.
748.
Okay, so holding point Whiskey Golf.
Runway 2 to left, clear to land. Runway 2 to left, clear to land, means copy, minus 10 for 8, thank you.
So that's just straight ahead. Alright, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. And the rudders. Full left, full right, neutral. Okay, I've just pressed Wilco over here because I needed to get rid of it somehow. Okay, so no changes to the takeoff briefing. Everything stays exactly as it is. So that good stuff is done. Alright, taxi checklist. Flight controls. Checked. Flap setting. Conf 2. Radar and predictive wind shear on an auto. Engine mode selector. Norm, ECA memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. We just have another company message over here. What is going on today? Telex. Ah yeah. Wherever that comes from. Okay, so Whiskey Golf straight ahead, it's set on the sign. We're clear on the right side and we're clear on the left side. We're getting interesting telex messages today.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, contact tower on 118.850, bye bye.
118.850, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, bye. Target evening, Finnair 9 Papa Echo ready.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, where would you go? Line up runway 2 to right.
Line up runway 2 to right, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. No, not that one yet. Here we go. Needs a lot of thrust to get uphill here. Okay, line up checklist. Take off runway 2 to right via the full length. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2. Off, line up checklist complete. So, last thing over here.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, when airborne, contact Helsinki radar 129.85, wind 1338 knots, runway 2 to right, left for takeoff.
1 air 129.85, runway 2 to right, clear for takeoff, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, bye. Okay, ready? Take off. We'll select the frequency once we're on the way here, so I'm not gonna worry too much. Manflex 51, SAS Rome, A thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. Okay, I'll just turn the autopilot on here, 129.85. I didn't want to block the runway for too long, so Here we go,
Finnair
12985.
contact Helsinki control,
Okay, let's do a little bit more manual. Autopilot's back off again.
Thank you for service, bye-bye.
So, thrust line, climb auto thrust.
Helsinki control,
Flaps 1.
132.325, moro.
Speed check.
132.325 for Finnair 531, moro.
Departure, good evening. Finnair 9 Papa Echo 2200, climbing 4000.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, Helsinki radar contact, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Oh, 28,000 blue. Flap 0. Okay, you go off, you
Finnair
go
9
off.
Papa Echo, proceed direct Tevro.
Direct Tevro, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay, Tevru. Man, that was a lot of stuff to do at the same time. I barely got to enjoy that hand flying here. But if I'm completely honest with you, I did not feel any differences to the previous model. It felt pretty much the same to me. Even though there were a couple changes done there, but maybe the rotation was a little bit easier, but I think we'll definitely have to wait for the second takeoff before we can make a definite statement over there. Of course, we were rather busy here, so it might have been easy to miss some stuff. Okay, now it's basically straight ahead, so autopilot 1 on. Set standard. So on a cross-check passing flight level 53 now. Okay, so, overall, my feedback on the first departure then. Well, I didn't feel anything special over here. Some bugs solved, some other bugs still not completely solved, but overall the aircraft is pretty much flying exactly as it should. I'm happy with it. So that departure worked pretty much like I would have expected. Not a lot to complain about actually. Except for the fact that I forgot the landing lights on takeoff, but let's be honest over here. It's daylight. Does it really matter? Not really, huh? If at all, we saved half a liter of fuel because we had less resistance. Now, Apolli, what does takeoff inhibit mean? So takeoff inhibit shows in magenta over here from 80 knots till 1,500 feet in the climb, and it basically means that anything not important on the ECAM is going to be hidden by the system logic until 1,500 feet. So if anything useless comes up, say for example a GPS failure or something, the ECAM is not going to give us an alert for that. And that's the reason why we have we've done it that way. And MHM 1975, you're flying over my home right now. Okay. I know I got a couple procedures to do, but looks like a lovely city. Well, a lovely village to live in. Alright, so a little bit of stuff to do over here. Lights off, signs off. Don't need any of that anymore. And then we can do clear copy. So clear you. Nothing in here. Copy the active. And last but not least, optimum 360, cruise 360. And that's all we can ask for. 132.325, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, bye. One 32325. Helsinki, good evening, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, flight level 114, climbing 280.
Hello, Finnair 9 Papa Echo, Helsinki control for radar contact. Fly direct Mepix, climb flight level 360.
Direct Mepix, climb flight level 360, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay, flight level 360 blue. Direct 2. Napping. We'll use some of the beam points over here so that we can do a fuel check en route, and that's it. We're up and on the way. Wonderful. Now, Aztec, Total is about to release the A321. What's your take on that? We don't know if they're about to release it yet, are we? They just showed a couple more screenshots. I'm sure they're going to produce a really good system simulation, but when I looked at the cockpit screenshots, oh my god, that looked, I don't want to say a bad word now, but I really hope they are going to update that flight deck, because the cockpit just looked really, really bad. I do hope that they are going to improve the flight deck dynamics. I really do hope that they are going to improve those. You've got to spend some 10 hours in that after all, so it gotta look good, right? And Metal Eye, they won't. They confirmed the cockpit is finished. Oh boy. Well, that kills the airplane for me. That really kills the airplane for me. What can I say about that?
Now they're kind of passing 5,200 feet. Physics on it, go right about it.
Okay, so, couple more questions there. Neen, have I ever been to Cuba? No. I never had the chance yet, never got any of those flights. But I heard that it gets you into some troubles with the visa for the United States, so maybe I should be happy about it. Even though I've heard a lot of very good things, so I would kind of like to fly there. But suppose we're gonna see about it. Maybe in the future. Yeah, that sun is right in the eye, so let's put the visor up. Let's also put the aft one up. Here we go. Looks a lot better. StoneRod007, hello, thanks for the stream. Would Airbus standard operating procedures be the best source for trim based on CG? I'm not sure I understand your question. According to the Airbus SOP, you do set your trim based on the center of gravity, yes. So you ignore those units here, and you just go by the CG scale that you have on the outside there. Now, JJ Stevens, what does a beam point mean? Well, when we get a direct, like the one to Nepix that we have at the moment, then for certain reasons you might still want to keep the location of the original waypoints of your route, like we've done over here. And that is the beam point function. So a beam simply means the original waypoint would have been a beam, the point where it's now drawn on our route. Now, Dean, very good question. Please explain. Some SID charts contain information like this SID requires a minimum climb gradient off. Then you might see certain vertical speeds which indicate as mandatory to be determined. How significant is this information for pilots? Now, let me see if we have an example for that, because that would make it easier for everyone to follow along. Yep, down here we have it. So this SID requires a minimum climb gradient of 5% up to 4,000 feet due to airspace restrictions. So what does that mean? Basically, in order to maintain or in order to remain inside an airspace that we are allowed to fly in, we must at least be able to climb at a gradient of 5%, which equals 304 feet per nautical mile. Is that important for pilots? Yes, absolutely, because if you are not able to comply with this, then you might leave the airspace inside which you are allowed to fly. So yes, this is absolutely important information. How do you deal with it? Well, in the real world, in the takeoff performance tool, you can enter a climb gradient until a certain altitude. The Fenix tool unfortunately can't do that, but the real tool can do it. And over there you would just enter that gradient over here, and then the tool would tell you, yes, you can do it. Now, I have barely ever seen gradients that would be hard to make. Like, you know, an A330 can do some 15 or 20%. Unless an engine fails, then things get interesting. But then you fly the engine outside, so this is no longer of a concern for you. Now, Borna, I just saw the cockpit screenshot of the Tolus A330. In my opinion, it doesn't look as bad as you say. Could you further elaborate? Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and try to find those screenshots real quick. Then we can talk about it. Just gotta find those links again. Give me a moment here. There's definitely far too many posts going on in certain channels, so... Stand by one. Gotta find that stuff. I can't really seem to find them right now. If anyone has the link for those screenshots, then do send them, please. And then I can most definitely tell you.
In 155 for 280 inbound Netflix.
Now, Neen, I'm considering getting the PMDG 737-800, but I'm also thinking about buying the Fenix A319 and 321. Which one would you recommend? That depends basically on what you want. Let's say if you have the A320 already, which you need as a prerequisite for the 19 and 21 anyway. If you have the 320 and you're just looking for something that's almost the same but just slightly different, then I would recommend you to go with the 19 and 21. If you're looking for something that's like completely different, go and get the 737. That's my take on this. Both are good aircraft, without any doubt. Both are very good aircraft. Okay, so, Metal Eye, thank you so much for sending those links and those screenshots. So let's quickly go ahead and have a look at them. So here's the source. We are looking at the Tolus news section in the Explain.org forum. So, will be released in 2024, featuring a heads-up display, new radio panels, and more. So, if we just have a look at those screenshots over here, then there's a couple of things we can notice. I'm gonna start with the second one, because I think that things are even easier to notice over here than they are on the other one. So, first of all, let's start with a couple of the level of details here. This looks very similar to the A340 to me. And to be honest, I don't like the textures of their A340. If we have a look at a couple of the details, for example, if we have a look over here on the left side, we can see that the level of detail seems to be pretty low. The same goes for the main panel over here, where once again, things seem a little bit blurry to me, things do seem a little bit, yeah, I don't know, I mean, compare this with this, and then tell me what looks better. I really think it's no match. Then also the same if we look up here, for example, look at the sunshade over here. That's, well, honestly, it looks to me like they just put a placeholder color on it, but this is not what the sunshade of an A330 looks like. I mean, of course it is the shape, but it doesn't give me that, feeling, you know? The same goes, for example, up here for the window strut. I don't know. I just don't like these textures. They just don't give me that feeling, you know? Now, let's go ahead and have a look at the other picture we have. So that's this one here. And over here, it's basically the same thing. Like, overall, if you go over the textures, We've had this level of textures in 2010 in FSX. I mean, please, it's a cockpit we need to spend 10 hours in on the long haul. Please do put some work into making that look good. For example, first of all, the shape of the side stick over here is wrong. Then the level of detail down here, there's no shading going on. It's the same blue everywhere, but down here, you're in the shadows down here. Things should look completely different. Then let's look at the pedal assembly down here. I mean, you can barely make out where the pedals are. There barely seems to be any lights over there. No effects of any shadows or anything the likes. And why do we have a different color between the main panel and the pedestal? It should be the same color in the real world. Well, you know, that's what I think about this. What I think about this cockpit. And Metal Eye just says it down in the comments. X-Plane allows way higher level of detail. Sadly, Tolus didn't use them. Yeah, they do. Have a look at a couple of the other aircraft available. Have a look at Tolus' very own A321 indeed. I think their A320neo cockpit looks a lot better than their A340 cockpit. And the A330 seems to look like that A340. It's of course just a personal impression, but I think they just took the A340 cockpit, changed around a couple switches, and voila, they had their A330. That's what it looks like based upon those screenshots. Of course, the screenshots might not show the aircraft in the best possible way. It might look better when we see it in the sim, and you can be sure that I will take a look at it, but to be fair, I think those graphics, I just think they don't cut it. Especially for a cockpit that you have to spend so much time in. So yeah, that's my take on the cockpit. Of course, I'm sure the systems are going to be right up there, right up there on the level of the Fenix and of the other Tolus aircraft, which is really superb. Likewise, I'm sure the flight dynamics are going to be really good. So, I'm sure that those elements of the aircraft are going to be really good. But, you know, for me, graphics really do make an impact. Like, take aircraft like the PMDG or the Fenix, for example. Those are awesome aircraft because they have very good systems and very good graphics. It's the combination of everything that makes it. There have been some simulations like the level D767 in P3D, or even to a certain extent the Leonardo Mad Dog in MSFX, where the cockpit doesn't look that excellent, and the result is that, well,
on your discretion, start up approach when arranged for tanks.
The result is just that it breaks the immersion for me. You have to have the combination. You have to have good graphics, like, look at the Fenix over here. If you look at the main panel, you can see a certain color scheme. And then if we go down here into the darker area, where you don't have a direct impact of light, down here you have shadows. You can see that depth down there, and all these influences. And also look at the side stick. It's completely different, isn't it? So yeah, that's why I'm somewhat disappointed there of the Tolus. I really hope they would at least create it based on the visual fidelity of their A320neo cockpit, because that one looked pretty good. But creating a brand new aircraft and then make it look like it's 2010-ish doesn't sound right to me. And I do hope that they are going to improve on that. It would really be a pity, because they do produce very, very good aircraft. You might have seen my series on their A320 family a year ago, and I was really impressed with them. I really liked them. I even dropped Microsoft Flight Simulator for over a month just to fly those planes. But please, do at least make the A330 look as good as the A320. Otherwise it would really not do the airplane just. So yeah, that is kinda my first impression based on the screenshots and the stuff that we've seen. All the rest of it, we'll have to see about. I'm sure that their systems are going to be excellent. I have absolutely no doubt about it. But at least do get those, those graphics up to the level of the A320. I mean, normally companies evolve over the time. They do create new aircraft. They up the bar for themselves. I still remember when I pushed PMDG to do a lot of things on the 777 that they originally had probably not planned. I really pushed them to do that stuff, and often the answer was, but if we do it now, then we always have to do it on anything that's coming next. Well, yes. But a company going back in forms of graphics? I don't know. I really think they should reconsider that.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, clear direct, Throttle, Tango uniform, Tango left-hand circuit, expect ILS, solo approach runway 21.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, direct Throttle, expect the left-hand circuit and we're requesting the arm-off approach runway 21. Okay, direct towards 2 dots. And after 2 dots we'll fly to Nepark.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, confirm I heard it correctly that it's gonna be ILS Zulu approach for runway 21.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, request arm-off approach runway 21.
Okay, please confirm, do you want to have Airline approach or ILS Zulu?
We want to have the arm-off approach, Finnair 9 Papa Echo.
Okay, that's gonna be for it.
Alright, I think he couldn't trust his ears here. I really think he was like, wait a moment, what does that guy want? Nobody wants to do that. I know I can be weird at times. I do want to do that. But that was really nice. He couldn't believe his eyes or his ears. Like, which pilot is stupid enough to do this? Welcome to the A330 driver channel. I like that. I like that. By the way, in case you guys hear a little bit of airflow sound right now in the background, I just had to turn my air conditioning up to the highest level here. That computer is getting really warm. Okay, so Mach Alt Cruise. We're up in the air. So let's do a quick fuel check down here. Top of climb. 7 minutes? Oh no, that's the alternate. For a moment I was like, wait a moment, that doesn't make sense. Alright, top of climb 24 minutes. That looks better. And it is 24 indeed. So we should have 3,800 kilos of fuel on board. We have 4,060 on board. That's very good. We can take it like that. And Metal Eye, can I ask you which microphone you use? Your voice is crisp. That's the first time I hear that my voice is actually good. Normally it's like, well, it's minimum acceptable. Okay, I use an Epos B20. Now Terrainhead, what does ETP mean on the nav display? It's the equal time point. So at this point, it takes the same time to continue as it would take to go back. And you can change that equal time point down here to go onto data and then onto equal time point. Over here you can change the 2 airports that we use it for. For example, right now, or by default, it has the departure and the destination airport, but on long haul we change these to the next alternate points that we have. So just to give you an example, you've got Echo Fox Kilo Alpha over there, Echo Fox Kilo Alpha, you can enter that up here. And then, for example, Echo Fox Oscar Uniform over there.
Climb flight level 360, expect runway 30.
And now you can see that it gives you the point of equal time over here, where it would take the same time to continue to Ulu over here, or to go back to Echo Fox Kilo Alpha over here. So that way you can make a good decision on whether you want to continue or whether you better turn back. Really useful when you are flying long haul and have to decide on all the alternate airports. Now on long haul we would also enter our next alternate airport and the runway in use over here on the progress page, but that's just some standard procedures down there that we would follow. Okay, company message. Yeah, we still had to send that delay report here for 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes delay. You can have that. And it's all 5 minutes on startup delay. I believe that's AMZ, but let's see. Yep, ATC startup delay AMZ. We do use that every now and then, huh? Okay, send. Beautiful, that's it. In the meantime, let's go ahead and request our weather. Not that we'd really need it, since we do have the electronic flight bag to gather our ATIS, but nonetheless, why not do it? Okay, Finnair Ops, ADC received, and weather data. So, 200 at 7, Cabo K, 17 degrees, 1020. Here we go. Alright. Well then, I do suppose we are quickly going to go over our approach chart as well, then we have that out of the way already. So, Rovaniemi, RMP approach runway 21, starting at Naipak. Well, coming in from Tutut over Naipak. That's good enough for me. So, the approach starts at Inza, 2400, 3-degree glide. And we have Tutut, Naipak. We can already exit that hold, please.
Finnair 1 Echo. Finnair 1 Echo November, taxi to
So,
Bravo, unit 1018. Hold on, grab 1018, Finnair 1 Echo.
Oh, just received a private message here from Kirill. Glad to hear familiar voice on the frequency. Greetings to you from the city of Kiev. Wish you all the best, Emmanuel. Well, thank you very much, Kirill. Thank you. Let me quickly answer it.
Be a long hold, clear the island support runway 22 and call back when established on the localizer at 271-922. Finnair 22 Delta via Atkin, clear the RMP approach runway 30, report established on final approach course. Atkin, clear RMP approach runway 30.
Okay, so, then let's go ahead and continue. So, complex track, what is the difference between ILS approach and RNAV approach? So, the ILS is based on a ground-based localizer and glide slope antenna, which the aircraft tracks. The RNAV approach is based upon the flight management system and the data we have in here.
Finnair 2 Mike Foxtrot.
Okay, so let's continue with our setup. So we've got Inza 2400 3-degree glide and the missed approach straight out to Ropov, climbing 2,500. What do we have in here? Beautiful, easy. So on the RADNAV page, glide slope is selected, and that way we are going to use the FMS landing system, FLS. Now FLS basically, FLS makes a non-precision approach look like an ILS approach on your displays. So, if you know the IAN approach mode on the Boeing 737, for example, then you could imagine it to be exactly the same on this aircraft here as well. Now, what's everyone writing down there? FR in the chat. Have I missed something there? For real, okay. God, I really gotta catch up on those abbreviations these days. For a moment I was like, is my sim frozen? Is that what they're saying? Did I freeze up the live stream? Okay, mini planes. Hey, what's the A330 landing speed? Between 125 to about 135, depending on the payload. Okay, so glide slope is selected. Then Echo Fox Romeo Oscar.
So one departure before you.
2-1 going in here. And now for our performance pages. For the descent, 300 knots looks very good. And the approach page is especially important today, since we are going to use the FLS, and that is based on the aircraft equipment. Okay, so we have 190 at 11, 18 degrees, 1020.
Control hello from Asterix 65 Charlie level 390.
And 190 at 11.
Good evening, Asterix 65 Charlie, Helsinki control, radar contact.
Okay, last but not least, let's go ahead and find that minimum. So I would say since we have an FLS fitted, we're probably also approved for LPV operation. So Cat Delta aircraft, 924 feet is going to be our minimum. So last but not least, 2400 is our MSA. So we're going to use 2400 for the acceleration in case of an engine out missed approach here as well. And for the standard, go around 1620 and slash 1620. Here we go. So 13 minutes extra fuel, and we can make a copy of the active for secondary. And let's go for our landing predictions here. Rovaniemi to 1, dry, refresh, and apply. I do wonder why we get some completely different weather here though. Guess I don't have to understand that. And 71.5 is our current gross weight, so let's calculate 71 tons. That's full, auto brake low, manual thrust, 2144. Looks good to me. Alright. So auto brake low, config full. And that's it.
Air 1 Echo crossing 3 times 2 minutes.
Tom's Travels, doesn't LPV mean that you could do SLS, not FLS? Yeah, but it works in the reverse way as well. And Patrick, hi Emmy, is the Fenix A3 20, 21 and 19 worth it? Yeah, absolutely. And AirDog, any recommendations on how to learn the FCOM, FCTM and QRH? Just got them and they look pretty long. Oh, you bet they are pretty long. During a type rating you have about 2.5 weeks to study them. But obviously you're doing that full time, so full time plus extra time that is. What's my best recommendation there? Start with the normal procedures and then maybe take one system per flight. So if you do a flight of an hour and a half, you know, on every one system, or on every one flight, take one of those subsystems of the aircraft and read about them on the FCOM and try to learn them. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Maybe. Personally, I'm always the visual learner, so if I get, let's say if I get to learn a new aircraft, then I'm gonna sit in here, I take the, let's say for example, I take the hydraulic system, and then I look, okay, so what happens when I turn the yellow hydraulic system off, or rather the yellow engine pump, because now you can see it does actually not turn the hydraulic system off. All that goes off is the engine-driven pump. Now the PTU comes on and transfers pressure from the green system into the yellow system. So you know, that kind of stuff, that's how I like to learn. Alright, let's go ahead and turn that pump back on before anyone at the airline notices and starts asking strange questions. So, here we go. So, Neen, what GCSEs did I take? We don't use that term in Germany. I have a rough idea of what it may mean, but could you just explain exactly what GCSE means again? Because here in Germany we do use different terms. And quick lifts, as well as Aztec. Do you ever fly into Orlando, and have you used D-Rames in real life? For both of those, if I would answer those questions, it would be very easy to deduct which airline I fly for. For that reason, I'm not going to deduct those, or I'm not going to answer those questions. Now, Metal Eye, what is my favorite meal during flight? I really don't know for sure. There's so many excellent meals, but I like the variety. And Purify 9, why is the green hydraulic system always further down than the others? Okay, so that's if we look down here at the hydraulic page, the quantity, and the hydraulic quantity per system is going to be influenced by the systems they operate. Now, the A320 and A330 are different here, so I can't tell you exactly for the A320. On the A330, the levels of the hydraulic reservoir are primarily determined by the landing gear position, and when you retract the gear, fluid is pumped into the system. For that reason, the fluid level you have over here goes down. However, on the A330, if I would see an indication like the one I have right here, right now, you can see that little green box on the top there. Let me actually show you in a little bit greater detail. So you can see that little green box you have up here. And that indicates the level of fluid.
Spinner 900 Papa Echo. When ready, descend flight level 100, number 2 in traffic.
Okay, 900 Papa Echo, when ready, descend level 100, number 2. How far out is number 1? So, level 100.
Papa Echo, number 1, this 305 miles ahead of you.
Roger, thank you. Okay, so, and LD2305 in the A320, it should be the same. Okay, I kind of expected that, but I didn't want to accuse Fenix of any bugs unless I know for sure. So, hydraulic system. The system knows which reservoir level would be normal at any given point in time. For this reason, in the A330, that green box up here would be moving along as the fluid level changes. For example, because the landing gear retracts. If I would see my actual fluid level this far below the green box, I would start getting nervous, because that would indicate a problem. I have a feeling, however, in the Fenix, those boxes are actually fixed at the very top of the scale and don't move along as they should. So, at least if this was an A330, that is exactly what I would say. But if AZ says in the comments that in the 320 it should be the same, then I do kind of figure that we may have a bug over here. I tell you what, after the stream I'm gonna raise a support ticket, we'll see if Fenix is aware of anything here. Okay, so, passing the top of descent, thrust idle, open descent, alt, flight level 100 blue. And FAP. Now this tells us that the FLS approach is selected in the FMS. So remember, normally up here you would Normally up here you would get the ILS category or approach category shown. If you've selected the FLS approach, you're gonna get that one. And Grey Eagle Sim Pilot, as an A320 driver, no, that box does not move. Okay, interesting. So, can you tell me, Grey Eagle, does that mean that the information you get of the actual hydraulic level down here actually gives you no kind of feedback about whether that level is normal or not? Because in the A330 we would have that information by having that box over here, and if it was significantly below the box, like it is right here, right now, then we would know we'd have a problem. So, vertical deviation plus 3000, well, nothing to worry about. Okay, so a couple guys saying that the box should not move in the Fenix, or rather in the A320 family. Okay, so that's probably something they improved with the A330 later, because I do find that rather useful indeed. And AZ, the box represents ground stand only. Okay.
Hello,
well,
938 to Helsinki Control, radar contact.
And that's with the gear down. Okay.
Right.
Expecting to runway 22 right, 938.
Oh, Belegestell, what's the prettiest aircraft in my opinion? Honestly, I don't know. I do very much like the A350, but the prettiest is always the one that you currently sit in. That's the only real answer I can give you. Okay, are we catching up with the profile? Yeah. Slowly but steadily, so...
Actually, I do. You may expect the runway to the right.
Mean, what is... Oh, we have that one. Okay. So, this just looks interesting over here. That's still got to be the holding. But didn't I arm the exit?
Depart 31, continue descent to 2,500 feet, units 1020.
Yeah, now I messed up the approach profile. Lovely, okay.
1020, French Mike Foxtrot, when ready, descent flight level 1.
Heading. Let's just reselect this.
French Mike Foxtrot, when ready, descent flight level 100. When ready, descent flight level 100, Finnair to Mike Foxtrot.
Okay, nav.
Walker 346.
And this looks much better. So, clear lesson of why you should not manually edit the final approach in the Airbus again.
Cleared Napun for a Victor arrival for runway 22 right, and when ready, descent flight level 100, Walker 3465.
Okay, so just to be sure, Tutu Nipak Inza, runway 2400, 3-degree glide, roll off as missed approach. That's looking good. That's what we are meant to have. So you start seeing the first change of the FLS approach up here, and that's the localizer line, or the runway, the extended runway center line here, that you can see in magenta. And sorry, SB 2008, you should have asked that much earlier. By now we've decided on the approach we're gonna fly. Okay, still a little bit high. I'll tell you what, then we might as well just start using these. We could of course go ahead and increase our speed, but we are flying 300 knots already, so we will need the speed brakes anyway. And Fernando, have I done a stream where I activated some failures? Yeah, I did a couple. For example, think about the 737 engine failure on takeoff in Innsbruck. That was actually a live stream. And Belegestel, as I've flown both Boeing and Airbus, let's settle the debate, even though it's just preferences. Boeing versus Airbus, which one's better? So that's a question that comes on pretty much any live stream here. And my answer is clearly Airbus. Very clearly. It's just the better workplace. A lot more comfortable, more quiet, you don't need a headset all the time. And that's already the primary reason. I don't care the looks of the displays or fly-by-wire versus conventional controls. That stuff doesn't matter. An airplane's an airplane. You're a pilot, you can fly both.
2,300 feet, QNH 1021 aspect adjustment.
Okay, so fast mode's on. Metalite, Tolis A346 failures back to Munich. Oh yeah, that one was good. Okay, and we're back on profile. Speed brake going in. Descent. Luna Echo 87. Awesome comment. The only reason you fly Boeing aircraft is because they reimburse you when they fail to meet the fuel consumption figures. Yep. That's a very good one. That's a very good one. Okay, so the sun's still up over here. We're so far up in the north, the sun is never going to set here. At least if we take into account that I set the time in my simulator back by 2 months. So do keep that one in mind. But I have to say that some of my favorite, some of my favorite flights over here were those going up very high, like 75 degrees north, 80 degrees north.
Finnair Papa Echo, continue descent to 2,500 feet, QNH 1020.
Finnair Papa Echo, descent 2,500 feet, QNH. Confirm the QNH?
QNH 1020.
QNH 1020, Finnair Papa Echo, thank you. I thought I heard 1010, so that's why I asked. Okay, set QNH. 1020 cross-check pathing, 13,200 now. And then we have 2,500 please. So, confirming the QNH is especially important here, since we are flying an approach based purely on the onboard equipment of the aircraft and the GPS, of course. So, obviously, we don't have any backups. If we dial in the wrong QNH, we are either going to come in much too high and have to go around, or we come in much too low and with a bit of luck can still go around. With a bit of bad luck, end up somewhere down in the hills or in the trees. And even though we know by now that A320s can fly into the trees and still everyone gets out alive, I'm not too keen on trying. It is a somewhat older aircraft, so sure enough the insurance would buy us a brand new one, but do we really have to try it? No, huh? Always bad press, isn't it?
Asterisk Spark Charlie via Osma McLeod, RP approach runway 30, everybody established on final.
I still appreciate looking at the A321 from the outside, as well as the 319. After all that long time flying the 320 now for almost 2 years, it's just nice to see something different. I do appreciate it very much. In the cockpit you quickly can lose the sense of which model you're actually flying in, but in the from the outside there's still quite a bit of a difference between those planes. Now here's a fun little story. A friend who flies at a different airline once told me that back in their airline they had more tail strikes on the A319 than on the A321, because you would easily lose track of the aircraft you would fly in But whenever you thought you're in an A319, people would just yank the side stick back because they think like, nah, I can never tail strike this. And guess what happens? You can tail strike the A319. With a 21, people were always very careful, as long as they remember. And then there has been that one case of a training captain sitting in an A321, thinking he was in an A319, and take a good guess what happened. Oh, I'm gonna show you, dear cadet pilot, I'm gonna show you what you can do in this aircraft. He yanked the stick back, and it got important, and it got expensive. Okay, so passing 10,000. Small thing over here. Since we...
Papa Echo Voyager 22 cleared R&B approach, runway 21, everybody established on the final approach course.
Finland Papa Echo Voyager 22 cleared RMP, runway 21, will go. So, small thing over here, in the aircraft equipped with the FLS system, you do have to arm the LS button for a non-precision approach. And if you fly an aircraft that has no FLS, you don't arm it, but with FLS, you arm it. So, clear for the approach. I'm just gonna let the aircraft do its thing over here. Can we see the airport already? It's gotta be somewhere over there.
21 established on the localize, 21.
A little bit hard to see looking right into the sun. I do remember that river here though.
Continue approach.
I still remember admiring that on our Santa Claus flight. Is that our airport? No. Oh well, we are going to find it. We still have a couple miles to run. In the meantime, put the sunshade back up. The one thing pilots like the least is the sun. Okay, so... approach checklist, barrel reference, QNH 1020, seatbelts on, minimum... Huh. It's gone. Oh, I think because we reselected the approach. So 924, let's just go ahead and enter that again. Here we go, more drag, we'll think about it. Okay, so minimum Spargo 924, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete.
Control passing 2000 feet, making 5 drop depot.
And Neen, are you allowed to have the sunshades down on takeoff? In the best case you don't. Okay, speed.
3531 wind 17.
So that much about the more drag indication from earlier, huh?
Clear to runway 21, Finnair 531.
Okay, so something else for you to notice is that down here you now get the distance from the runway computed by the FLS system. So runway 21, 3-degree glide slope, and 10.5 miles to the runway. Okay. So the glide slope's coming alive. You can see that with the FLS system it does say FLS down here, and you can see that the diamonds look a little bit different. You have a double line on the diamonds over here, indicating that this is not a localizer signal you receive, but this is the FLS now.
Like 6 Charlie established a planning check.
Okay, I have a feeling we need to help it a little bit here. Let's get that speed brake out.
124, thank you very much for the service. Like 6 Charlie, bye.
Okay, final glide slope. Here we go. I do like to call them fake glide slope and fake localizer star. But you guys know what's meant by that. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Okay, speed brake's going back in. I do think the A321 has sufficient drag on its own to lose that speed. Finnair Nana Papa Echo established final approach course.
Finnair Papa Echo, continue approach, wind is now 170 degrees, 5 knots.
Continue, Finnair Papa Echo.
2,500.
Okay, 170 at 4, so it is going to switch quite a bit to the left and lose some of its strength.
1020.
Okay, go around altitude
Descending
set.
2,500 feet,
Flaps
QNH
2.
1020 Finnair to
Speed
make
check, flaps 2.
Finnair 38, turn left heading 110.
Left heading 110.
Okay, gear down. Now this is really something I like about the A321. You have so much drag available. In the 319 we could go around now. There would be no way we would lose that airspeed.
Finnair 938, heading 110.
But in the 21,
Finnair
no
38,
problem at all.
heading 110.
Heading 110, 938.
And Finnair 600 Golf, if you need it, we can increase our Mach
Okay,
number
flaps 3.
slightly just before we descend.
Speed check, flaps 3.
Finnair 600,
And flaps full.
waveform.
Speed check, flaps full. Alright, yeah, we heard you. And we have you on the display. Landing checklist, Ecam memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Okay, that's about as easy as the FLS gets. Basically, it emulates the ILS completely, and the aircraft flies exactly like it was on an ILS.
Finnair Papa Echo, wind 170 degrees, 5 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Runway 21, clear to land, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay.
Predict command.
Manual flight.
2,300 feet, QNH 1021.
So, the wind is still going to lose significant strength here.
Helsinki Control, Storm 603 with you.
So be prepared for that. Fly the magenta bug rather well.
603, Helsinki Control, operator contact. Climb 17360.
Check.
Climb flight level 360, Snowman 603.
Okay, Snowman, sorry.
And flight level 120.
So the reason I'm trying the whole FLS thing over here is because there are so many glide slopes that just don't bring you correctly down onto the runway in Microsoft Flight Simulator, that I'm somewhat hoping if I just completely scrap the ILS and just fly FLS all the time, if that data is any better than those broken ILSs, then we should hopefully get to do a couple of nicer approaches. Think Stuttgart runway 25, for example, where the glide slope brings you down half a mile before the runway. Stuff like that.
500. 400.
Okay, minimum, continue.
Foxtrot via Tutut, cleared ILS Zulu approach runway 21, report established on localizer.
But if you look at the glide over here, that looks pretty good. Bringing us down right on the perfect profile.
100.
Great, Papa, November cleared Nepix to Charlie, arrival runway 21, when ready, descent flight level 100.
Nepix to Charlie, when ready, descent flight level 100.
Come on. Okay, spoiler, reverse green, decel. So it did not float as bad as it used to do. Even though it wasn't officially part of the changelog, I think they've done some work on the floating here. Okay, manual brakes. Finnair 9 Papa Echo vacating runway 21.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi straight ahead, stand 7.
Taxi straight ahead, stand 7, Finnair 9 Papa Echo. Okay, stand 6 to 9, number 7, with the jetway. Follow me, no thanks. Handling by Finnair. Looking good. So first things first, we'll start up the APU, because that's going to be the limiting factor on this taxi in.
2,300 feet, remain here 121 feet.
Finnair 6 command, you have now 16 track mass to be at 2,300 feet. Do you need more track mass?
Okay. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete. So it's one of those typical Finnish gates again that I really hate to taxi into, and you can take that quite literal taxiing into them over here. Because they are so incredibly close to the actual center line that it always looks like you are actually about to scrape your aircraft. But okay, we've got a guidance system, A321 is on it. So we'll just take it nice and slow. Not only because of the gate, of course, but also because of the engine cooling time that we have. 3 minutes for our CFM56. That's why I've started the timer down here. Still have 45 seconds to go till we can shut them down.
Finnair 938, resume on navigation, direct to Lucet.
And here we are.
Direct to Lucet.
So, park and brake set. What's the timing now? 2:30. Yeah, good enough.
Helsinki control, Finnair 600 Golf leaving flight level 34.
Okay. So, engines running down. Let's see. Yeah, that looks about alright over here. Okay, they just told the cabin crew to disarm the doors. I'm happy with that. So let's wait until they're actually disarmed. Ha! Opening the door before all the slides are disarmed. Beautiful. Exactly what you're not supposed to do. At least in my airline, they're not supposed to open the doors until the seatbelt sign has been turned off. But different airline, different procedures. Okay, parking checklist. Park and brake are chocks, brake set, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. And since it is only 16 degrees outside, let's go ahead and shut down the APU. We don't need to waste any fuel over here. So that's it. Alright, welcome to Rovaniemi. So let's go ahead and fly back to Helsinki. Now, Lucas, why do we turn the APU bleed on? That's to keep the APU running all the. Oh, sorry, that's to keep the air conditioning system working the entire time. And Airbus wants it that way. They want you to turn the APU bleed on before you shut down the engines. That's probably to prevent some surges in the system, I guess, but that's a little bit of guessworking as well, as the manual doesn't tell you the exact reason. Okay, arrival message. On block at 19, that is 4 minutes delayed. So we can already write down 4 minutes of delay for late inbound. So let's go ahead and fly back, and we're going to do the way back from the first officer's seat here. Now, something you might have noticed. Over here in the nav display, you can see we got our grid heading up here now. And once you go above, I believe it's 70 degrees in the A320 family. Let's just go onto the GPS monitor here. Gotta be 65 maybe. A330 it's 70, but it has the manual switch. Then it's automatically going to go over to grid heading on the nav display. The only problem with that is that over here in Rovaniemi you would actually fly magnetic. But gotta take it, huh? And Metal Eye, Tolis confirmed 30 minutes ago that they still work on the textures, so there is hope. So the Tolis staff on Discord said he was wrong when he said that the textures were finished and apologized. Awesome! I really like to hear that. Okay, so there used to be a bug. There used to be many. But that bug was when the number of boarded passengers was getting close to zero. The last passenger might stay on board for a very long time. That bug is supposed to be solved with the latest update of the Fenix Airbuses. So let's see how well that's going to work. They also do recommend in their knowledge base that we don't import the next flight until the deboarding of the present one is finished. So we just gotta do things a little bit slower here, I suppose. But what we can do in the meantime already is to start setting up for our return flight. So how about we go into a couple of details up on Flight Radar and SimBrief. So first of all, we start with Flight Radar. This is the return flight, Finnair 9er X-Ray Golf. And I will just try to see if we can log on like that. 9X Golf. Yep, is still available. Perfect. So our real world call sign is available. So let's go ahead and start setting up our flight with it. So, SimBrief, new flight, and we have the Finnair 536 from Avro to Hell. And the aircraft type is going to be the Airbus A321. And we will be using the Fenix CFM profile. Registration is not this one, unfortunately, even though I really do like this one, but Lima Zulu Foxtrot. By the way, that aircraft does really exist. Okay, Corsair X30 and Finnair 9er X-Ray Golf is going to be our call sign. In terms of alternates, I'd say if we take Tampere, Echo Fox, Tango, Papa, we should have a good alternate. And for our off-block time, it's 24 right now. How about we just take something in the region of about 50? That way we have a nice and relaxed turnaround and still make it to our destination on time for the event. So for our scheduled block time, you can see over here 14:55 till 16:16 is the real world flight time, and that means we've got an hour and 15 minutes of scheduled block time, not an hour and 40 like SimBrief suggests here. And our arrival runway probably going to be 22 right. We'll have it automatically select those stars. Something you can see down here is that you don't really have any approach transition in. So just to factor for that, I'll go to the fuel planning, arrival fuel, and we'll just add 5 minutes on top over here. I don't think we'll need much more than that because, let's face it, it's fairly straightforward. Passengers, we'll grab 199 over here, whom we are going to bring back to our destination, and that's it. Boudwin, hi, nice to see you. You find helicopters quite hard to fly, quite unstable. What do I think is the most stable helicopter or VTOL aircraft in MSFS for sightseeing? I think the Airbus H160 from High Performance Group is probably the best at the moment. Most certainly it is one that is very stable because of the fact that it's an Airbus, so it has fly-by-wire and flight computers in the background. Okay, flight plan calculated, flight level 350. The route is looking good now with everything entered, so let's go ahead and pre-file that one on VATSIM. Quick check over everything, looking good, and here we go. Okay, the flight plan is filed. Okay, so wow, it's busy. 2 A319s spawning into one another and the third one just going unblock. Really quite busy. It's too bad the tower didn't show up. Rovaniemi Tower was booked. That was the overall reason why it chose Rovaniemi as a destination. There was supposed to be a tower online, but unfortunately the guy didn't show up today. So, well, we gotta handle it without one, but that's fine. Alright, looks like they're done with the unloading of the cargo, but you can stay here. You will have something to load again in a couple moments, my friends. So, talking about it, still deboarding, still 80 people on board. Yep, that's the A321 for you guys. Okay, so nonetheless we can already do the rest of our setup, even though we can't do the FMS yet. So over here everything's set, This is all looking good as well. And we'll switch over the transponder to the right side, and most definitely we are going to turn that one off. That is a good idea. In terms of fuel, We had pretty even fuel usage from both engines, looking good. And I think that's mostly it. Okay, so onto the ATSU. I think over here we can already go ahead and import our flight from SimBrief, even though we have not loaded it on the electronic flight bag yet, but we'll see. And Henry, as always in our event, tower is coming soon. Alright, excellent. And tower is just locked on. Wow, wonderful. Well, excellent to see. Okay, so that's Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, Rovaniemi to Helsinki, destination Tampere. Looking good. Then let's go ahead and request our flight down here. And last but not least, 50 passengers to go. So we'll just work down here on the FMS while everything else is still in progress. I have a feeling we might gather a little bit of delay due to boarding in the end, but let's not worry too much. So 9er X-Ray Golf, cost index 30, flight level 350. Departure runway is going to be runway 21, and our first waypoint is going to be Renvi. So Renvi 3 Alpha is probably going to be our departure then, I suppose. For Helsinki, for our arrivals, I do expect the ILS approach to runway 22 right. And let's just see what we're looking at. Luzap. So Luzap 6 Victor and via Perho. Looking good. We can choose that already. And that just cancelled the FLS, because we have reinserted a new arrival. And you can see immediately it does go down to the ILS down here. And you also heard that triple click indicating that system mode degradation has happened. Okay, deboarding is almost completed. So Avro 205/25 miles is going to be our engine out routing, and we will pick up a hold over there at 205 inbound. If we need to do an immediate return, we can sure enough come back over here, like that. And if we do need to do an immediate return, we can definitely do an ILS approach here and not mess around with anything else. Engine outset is entered in here as well, and just a quick look here at the last couple of passengers getting out, because according to the Fenix changelog, we should now have a deboarding that goes all the way down to 0. So that bug that we previously used to have, where it kept a single passenger on board, should be solved. So let's see, 2, 1, and now comes the big moment. Pretty please. Come on, you're in the changelog. Get off. Get off my airplane. 0! Hey! Okay, wonderful. So now let's go ahead and import the next flight. This one should not be deboarding though. So there's still a bug over here, it seems. Okay, maybe if we try again? No. So we still have a bug, unfortunately. But anyway, at least we now have our plan over here. Let's just cancel that for a second. So in terms of the way back, we know that the weather forecast is good. We had a look at that, and we just came from Helsinki. I don't really think there's going to be too many delays, so I suppose we go with the standard fuel and don't take anything additional here. So if we do that, we arrive with just under an hour. Okay, 300 kilos more. Make it 6,300. Like that. Okay, so load GSX, and now everything should work, and it should start our boarding immediately again. Ethan BB, you're in the changelog, get out of my airplane is the best phrase I heard today. Good evening. Hi, good evening, my friend. Luckily we didn't fly United, otherwise that guy might have had a bad time. But we're not in United here, so... Now the question is, did the plane order anything? Okay, looks like it's just doing it now. That's alright. Ain't perfect, but it's okay, I'd say. Okay, beautiful. So, since we now know that everything is working over here, let's go ahead and work on our FMS. So, Rovaniemi runway 21 is going in here, and then we can enter some performance figures as well. The ATSU, menu, messages. Oh, 2 load sheets straight away. Why did it send 2 load sheets though? Edition number 3 and edition number 4. Okay, so it's probably sent a couple of revisions. Well, we're gonna go with it. So, let's see, Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf. On the 29th of August, Rovaniemi to Helsinki on the Lima Zulu Foxtrot, which is our aircraft. 2 pilots, 5 cabin crew, buck is fixed. 68.1, that's the limiting number down here, and we do have 199 passengers, 100% portable water, 6,300 kilos fuel. Looks okay to me. So 68.2 is going to be our fuel number. Oh, sorry, our zero fuel weight, of course. And 24.8. Okay, block fuel 6.3. And then we can go for the fuel figures from our flight plan. So 0.3, 1.3, 1.3. Yeah, wrong button. 0.3, 1.3, and 1.3. This one is a little bit strange here. Regardless whether you fly a light A319 or a heavy A321, the final and time always seems to be 1000 kilos equals 30 minutes. I don't think that that's right. Like, it's not dynamic. You can see from our flight plan that the actual final reserve is 1300, which for an A321 somewhat makes more sense if you ask me. Okay, not you, but you. And then let's go on with our performance computation. So the runway is not that long over here. I do figure that we are going to get quite some okay takeoff speeds. Not the very high ones. And this looks quite good. So earlier today, when I tried to take off from Berlin on a 3.5 kilometer runway or something, it actually gave me a rotation speed of 171 knots. Now that was really high. Okay, flaps 2 up 1.1 and 49 degrees. So 2 slash up 1.1 and 49. Alright, speeds 51, 54, 54. Alright, noise abatement procedure 2, so acceleration is going to be at 1610. And I think that's it. So, let's go ahead and find the SID chart so that we can compare our FMS values, and thereafter we are going to get going. So, departure, and we have the Renvi 3 Alpha. So let's go ahead and find that one. Renvi 3 Alpha, here it is. Straight ahead, 1030. Then a left turn, Nivri and Renvi. So we have 1030, Nivia and Renvi. And Nivia is correct? Yes, it is. Initial climb. Nothing visible. Okay, after takeoff, climb as rapidly as possible to at least 2650. Huh. So do they want us to fly noise abatement procedure 1 then? It's likely, huh? Is there any airfield briefing? No. But okay, if they want us to climb as rapidly as possible to 2650, I'll tell you what, we'll do noise abatement procedure 1, because that increases the climb here. So acceleration in 3610. Here we go. So, after takeoff, maintain tower frequency till 2000 and contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Even though I have a feeling that we'll have a slightly different frequency today because of the center that's online there. What was that again? 132325. So something like that. Okay. So that stuff is looking good. So, Bitaib, hi, can you show us from where you get data for the engine out procedures? I used the website from fellow YouTuber Blackbox711 for that. Very much recommended. Okay. Landing system off. Initial climb, I really don't know for sure. Let's just dial in 5000 here, then we'll see what we're actually going to get. And I don't like those flight rector indications. Let's put them off and on again. That's looking much better, isn't it? Always the same thing with autoflight. If it doesn't do what you want it to do, turn it off and on again. That really works well. And Hex FN, will I do Fly and See Santa this year? That really depends on my roster and what other things I have to do around that time. If it is going to be possible, if it fits my roster, then I will probably do it. If it doesn't, then, well, not. So, refueling seems finished just down there. And looking over here, indeed, it's 6.3 tons on board. Air conditioning. Those temperatures are quite unrealistic. 37 degrees while it's 16 outside. That would not happen. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and get the eCam to look good. So, just a quick check. The doors are all disarmed. Okay. Looking good to me. So, 2 right, 4 right. Let's open those. And then the outside air should cool the cabin down without the need for APU. This is, of course, about as Ryanair as it gets, to open doors in order to cool the aircraft down, but actually there is quite a bit more airlines who do this. In certain destinations you see this happening regularly indeed. Now the interesting question is, of course, is this going to have the proper effect on the Fenix aircraft? So let's keep the air condition page open over here and have a look. The cockpit has surely cooled down already. That was probably a little quick as well, but we'll not complain about that. So, close that window again, and here we are. Okay, wonderful. And Hacks, if I were to do the Fly and See Center, what route would I take? I really don't know yet. Okay, so I'd say all that good stuff is done over here. Let's go ahead and start our departure briefing. Up to you, Captain. Okay, not a problem. So we have Rovaniemi, runway 21, and we have the, what's it called? Ren V3 Alpha departure. First cleared altitude is to be confirmed by air traffic control, MSA 2400. Extra fuel and time, round about 5 minutes in the form of about 200 kilos. I do agree, no hotspots, stop margin for rejected takeoff, should be plenty, engine outsits straight ahead 25 miles, pick up the holding, climbing 3000. We can come back here anytime we're below the maximum landing weight, and there is currently no special. You see any threats for this departure? No? Well, birds might be a threat over here. Could imagine that they have quite some bird populations over here, so bird strike is something that we have in mind, could happen. And how are we going to mitigate against that? Well, we can't really mitigate against bird strike, but what we can do is to anticipate that something might happen, anticipate an engine failure happening, so that in case it really happens, we are already well prepared. Well, and that's about it. Do you have any other threats, anything? No? Okay. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity. 6,300 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRs. Nav, barrel ref, QNH 1020. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Now tell me. We have those two doors open. The wind should be coming from the right, so blowing into the aircraft with a temperature of 16 degrees. Why is there no effect on the cabin temperatures? I'm going to go all in now and open all the doors and see what's going to happen now. So all doors open, the plane should really cool down quickly now. And if it doesn't, then we've definitely found a bug. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, they are literally loading a lot of luggage over here. Those cans seem to be really, really full. So it looks like our guests had a lovely holiday over here. Alright, so all doors open, and it's getting warmer. No, that's not realistic. Alright, bug report is going in for that one. The good news though is, Fenix does really pay attention, and they do work on a lot of the stuff that I'm reporting here, so I do really appreciate that. I really do. Alright, well, let's go ahead and call for our clearance. So, tower should be on 118.7. Hey, why is it... You guys do remember that I dialed in our departure frequency over here, right? Why is it back on 118.0? That's another one of those Fenix bugs that I really dislike. Well, should be 132325, but... you know.
A few more.
Today, Papa November, contact tower 118.7. Good day.
Rovaniemi tower, hello, Finnair 8 Papa November, established runway 21.
Finnair 8 Papa November, Rovaniemi tower, wind 180 degrees, 5 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
So we come from clear.
8 time clear to land, runway 21.
Clear land 21.
So, view ADAS information Delta. Rovaniemi Tower, Finnair, Nana, X-Ray Golf, information Delta, request clearance to Helsinki.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, cleared to Helsinki, runway 21, runway 3 Alpha departure, climb flight level 350, squawk 6006.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf is cleared to Helsinki, runway 3 Alpha departure, climb flight level 350, squawk 6006.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, readback correct.
Okay, climb initially to the cruise level. I like that. So here we go, 35,000 blue. Okay, runway 3 Alpha departure, squawk 6006. It's in. Perfect. They might still give us a different initial climb when we line up on the runway though. I do see that in a couple of airports where they initially tell you climb to very high level and then ultimately it doesn't happen. Okay, so the cabin temperature is still not changing. It most definitely should with all those exits open. But I want to try one more thing to see if it has an impact on the cabin temperature, and that is, since it does know we have 17 degrees here in the flight deck, what happens if I actually open the flight deck door? Is that going to make a difference? Because now I really wouldn't know any other way to cool this aircraft down anymore. This is about everything we could have done is done. And fly for life. It's not a Phoenix bug, it's the MSFS auto co-pilot changing the frequencies. Well, I did turn it off though. That one should definitely be off. So he should not be able to change anything. Quick fact bite. Hey guys, does anyone else have the problem with the elevator going up and down on takeoff and landing even after the update?
532.
I used to have it once before the update, and it could be caused by low frame rate. But apart from that, I'm not aware of any such problem.
Traffic,
okay, company message. Is that a load sheet? That is a load sheet, perfect. So first things first, let's go ahead and start up the APU so that things can go quickly now. Okay, so 67.0 versus 68.2. It's again a 1,200 kilo difference. I think something changed in the weights of the aircraft, and now SimBrief messes up. And 24.8, and that's a takeoff weight of 73.1. And up here we have 73.1 as well, 199 guests on board. Perfect. Okay, 23.2, and we have 23.2 around about here, say up trim 0.1. Oh, sorry, 1.4 of course. Alright, beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and close up. Wonderful. Okay. So, while these guys prepare...
Finnair 1 Mike, selvä Helsinkiin, kiitotie 21, Renvi 3 Alfa, lähtöreitti.
Dear guests, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of Finnair, welcome aboard our flight to Helsinki. Flight time today approximately 1 hour at a cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. I'd like to thank you very much for being our guest today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. And if there's anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Once again, thank you for your attention and welcome aboard.
Finnair 8 Papa November, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi straight ahead on Sierra and stand 2.
Sierra to stand 2, Finnair 8 Papa November.
Okay, all the right-hand doors are still open. I guess they probably don't close them automatically here, do they?
100 degrees, 6 knots, runway 21, clear for takeoff when airport.
Well, then we do it manually, not a problem.
Control 132.325. Clear for takeoff runway 21 and...
Okay, wonderful, let's go for our pushback clearance.
Control 132.325, Finnair 532.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, request pushback and startup.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, stand by.
Okay, standing by.
Finnair 196, confirm facing east or west.
Okay, so,
West. Roger.
if we have to wait a little bit anyway, I tell you what, let's just recalculate the takeoff performance, because we did get quite a bit lighter, didn't we? So, and look at that, we could actually squeeze out a degree of flex temperature here. So flaps 2, flex 50. And takeoff speeds 151, 153, 154. So 51, 153, 154. And that's it. Beautiful. Okay. So now it's just waiting for air traffic control. Let's see, is there anyone right behind us? Maybe this gentleman? Apart from him, I can't see anybody here. But he seems parked. No, I can't see anyone.
Finnair 106, sorry for taxi. Finnair 106, taxi holding point Echo, runway 21. Taxi holding point Echo, runway 21, Finnair 106.
Or was it... Well, those guys are going over there, so... Okay, but he needs to taxi out over here. Well, yeah, okay. It does make sense. Even though we could probably have pushed just facing to the left then.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, when company A320 Neo passes behind. Push and start approved, QNH 1020.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Just to confirm, we only see one aircraft that's just turned onto the parallel taxiway there, but I don't see anyone who's going to pass behind.
Yep, that was him. Push and start approved.
Okay, thank you. Push and start approved. QNH 1020 Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Alright. Continue pushback, and that's going to be facing northeast, I suppose. Yeah, must be. Okay. So, ground flight. Go. So, push approved, facing east, park and brake set. Release brakes. Brakes released. Roger, starting the push, stand by for engines. Before start checklist, park and brake, released, takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 151, VR 153, V2 154, flex 50, windows. Closed, beacon on, before start checklist complete. Okay, so we do have CFM engines under the Finnair Airbus. That means engine start doesn't take as long. For that reason, we can wait a little bit here. I have a feeling we can even wait a tiny bit longer once we are past the red line here, since the engine start really doesn't take that long. At least provided GSX doesn't do strange things. Have you just seen that it just beamed us a couple meters backwards? GSX. Always funny. Definitely never gets wrong. Or never gets boring.
Finnair 106. Yeah, line up runway 21 and wait.
Okay, I think that looks good. Starting engine 2. Engine 2 start. I just really love how easy the Airbus is. Compared to the Boeing, there are so few switches you have to press. So many things work automated, you just have a quick look over it, but while the engine start is ongoing, if anything happens, ECAM is going to alert me to it. So I can simply focus myself on what's going on the outside over here. And by the way, that leads me to...
Finnair 106, wind 19.
How about we just go for some start fault over here? Say, for example, we want to do a hung start on engine number 1 when it's going to happen.
Correction, Helsinki control 132.325.
Just to show you what that would look like. Okay, push completed, set brakes. Brake set. And we've got a good start in 2, starting 1. Engine 1 start. So now, let's see what the ECAM is going to do. In case a start fault happens. And yes, I did have that in the real world already. Unfortunately. The first time I decided to do single engine taxi out. And of course what happens, the other engine fails to start at the holding point. ATC were happy with that. Really happy. Almost. So you can see, insufficient bleed air available. You should see it down here as well, but insufficient bleed air, the engine doesn't accelerate far enough. So FADEC now tries to start the engine, but after some point it will realize, nope, it doesn't work, and then we're gonna get an ECAM error. Or rather a ECAM message. Sometimes it does take a little bit until that ECAM message comes, but It should start to come now, any moment. Show factor. Always takes a little bit longer then. Have anything in the status down here? No. At least nothing important. Okay, I tell you what. Let's just abort that start over here. Clear the fault. Then we'll just let it run down again and then we try again. Okay, looks good enough to me. Engine won't start.
This also applies to electronic signals. Your cabin crew has been trained to ensure your safety. You must always follow the instructions, even by the crew. If the cabin pressure drops...
And Echo Base. Do I have a preference between CFMs or IAEs, or is it just something you have to account for with no preference? Personally, it doesn't really matter to me. Of course, slightly different operating procedures, but I don't really expect anything wrong there. No. Here we go then. Okay, 2 good starts. Let's just wait for the veils to come up. Here we go.
This aircraft has 8 emergency exits, which are all marked with green and white exit signs.
Okay, after start checklist, anti-ice, off, ecam status. Checked, pitch trim.
One mic.
23%. Rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, request taxi.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, taxi holding point Echo runway 21.
Taxi holding point Echo runway 21, Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf. And Echo is the full length. Okay, clear left side, clear right side.
Please review the important information on the safety card before takeoff. If you have any questions, please ask.
Brake check. Pressure 0.
Thank you for choosing Finnair and enjoy your flight.
I really do like that safety package. They've done an awesome job on that cabin announcement package here. Very good voice there as well. Does anyone know if that's a video in the real world or if they do it live? Okay, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral. And rudders, full left, full right, neutral. Now the challenge is to get the aircraft back onto the taxiway early enough. Whoa, that was slightly overreacting. I was just about to say the challenge is to get the aircraft back onto the taxiway early enough before anything bad happens. But okay, we'll leave it at that, shall we? Okay, I don't have any changes to the takeoff briefing. Cabin shows ready already. Excellent. Well then. Wow, this aircraft is really not going straight today. Okay, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conf 2. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector, norm, ECA memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, ready when reaching.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, roger.
I think I heard somebody on approach a little bit earlier. Let's see if we can get out first, or if he needs to get them in first. It's funny, if you look at the lights, they are in one exact straight line, but the taxi line actually looks like they had a Russian who was heavy at work painting it.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, yeah, got line up runway 21 and wait.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, just confirm lineup now or behind the company? You got a little bit broken there.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, via Echo, line up runway 21 and wait.
Thank you. Via Echo, line up runway 21 and wait. Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Okay, 2-1 via Echo is confirmed. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway, 2-1 Echo, TCAS, TARA, X102, off, lineup checklist complete. Right, I'm going a little fast here, I admit that.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, when airborne, contact Helsinki control, 132.325, wind 180 degrees 7 knots, runway 21, clear for takeoff.
When airborne, 132.325, runway 21, clear for takeoff, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, thank you very much, bye bye. Takeoff. Manflex 50, SS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set. Now this is probably the definition of an uneven runway, is it? V1, rotate. Especially on a runway like this, we gotta be careful that we don't tail strike it. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. Flight director commands some excessive bank over here. I'll not go over 15. Thrust climb, auto thrust. It's been a while since I've flown a noise abatement procedure 1 in an Airbus. It's really been a while.
Ready, flight level 144 feet.
Radar gate evening, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, altitude 3200, climbing flight level 350.
Hello again, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, Helsinki control, radar contact, clear direct Lucet.
Direct Lucet, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Climb.
Stabilize, ILS on runway 12, 9740.
Flaps 1. Speed checked.
United 740, contact tower 124.4 today. Say again.
Okay, direct to Lucet.
United 740, contact tower 124.4 today. Contact tower 124.4, 9740, bye-bye. Thank you.
Helsinki control, Finnair 14,
Autopilot 2.
100.
Okay, so again, manual flight impression here.
Bravo.
To be completely honest, it feels a bit more refined, but I can't really put it into proper words. Which kind of suggests to me that I feel it because I want to feel it. The pitch channel feels good, honestly. I don't have anything to complain about it. And you know what it means if a German says he can't complain about anything, that basically means that there is nothing wrong. Set standard. Standard. Cross check. Passing 5,100 now.
Roger.
Polaka, I noticed 190G boxed on the nav display. What does that mean? So that means we're actually flying a grid track up here and not a magnetic track. The Airbus does that automatically above a certain latitude. For the 320 family, I need to look that exact latitude up again. For the 320, I don't know that by heart, and in the A330 it works a tiny bit different. The only thing that I'm surprised about is that, you know, flying here in Rovaniemi, we should definitely be flying based on magnetic heading. But just to add to that, you still have your magnetic heading over here, but you have the grid track as reference on the top available over here as well. So you have your magnetic heading down here and then the grid up here. And I believe if you fly north of 70 degree north or something, it is going to change into true heading. But on the A330 we have a button for that, so on the A330 that works a tiny bit different. Anyway. Okay, so what's our estimated time of arrival now? 05. Well, that means we are late. I don't want to be late. Costa Nix 100. 04.
Papa Bravo.
Well, just out of interest, if we lowered our cruising level, say for example 310, would that gain us any time?
We send him 3,100
yeah, another minute.
To 0.
And 2.8 fuel, so we'd arrive with 7 minutes extra. Let's do that. We'll stay in 310.
QNH 120. High speed up route number 1 in traffic.
In the meantime, let's quickly do this while ATC is busy. So, clear and copy. Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, request flight level 3 Band 0 final level.
Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, stop climb at flight level at 310.
Stopping at flight level 3 Band 0, Finnair 9 X-Ray Golf, thank you. Okay, flight level 3 Band 0, blue.
Tervehdys Finnair 1 Mike, Helsinki Control, radar copy.
Nomad 603 back in the cockpit.
And DD Lion, hey, does any of you know why the descent speed is so much different in the 737 and the A320, even though they have the same cost index? Yeah, because it's completely different aircraft. The cost index really is only relevant to one particular type of aircraft. So, completely different aerofoils, completely different drag behavior of those aircraft. That's really all there is to that. Mr. Doctor, is this real time? Real time, yes, but 2 months prior. Because at this time of the year it would have been all dark for the event, and I wouldn't want to fly completely in the darkness here. I wanted to have a little bit of daylight, so I just turned it back 2 months. So this is June, but the same time of the day as you can see. So 1910 UTC, but if you look at this over here, then it does actually not indicate correctly. Okay, this should be, as you can see here, it should be June. And this tells us it's August. Well, that's not correct. So we found another bug there. But okay, not a large one. Not much to worry about, to be honest. I just like how the sun stays up like 24/7 at, you know, June, July, roundabout. In August towards September, the sun is already setting again. Until in December, it's just gonna stay down all the way at in this area. So I really do prefer it, to have a little bit of daylight here. So I'd say June, July is about the best time of the year where you can actually fly up here. I do like those graphics here. By the way, something else that we can do for the first time on the channel here is that we just take a look into the standard Fenix cabin. So this livery, the Fenix, the Finnair livery, does actually not have any custom cabin repaint. By now, we only flew aircraft with a custom cabin paint. So why don't we just go back here and take a quick glance of what the standard Fenix cabin looks like. Really haven't done that yet. Even though I do have to say, it's not all that different, is it? mean, the seats are a little bit less... Well, no, they are really detailed. Just without any airline logo and stuff like that on it, but still looking pretty good. It's still somewhat strange to see the 2 and 3 left and right doors here in the A321. It's just, you know, not your standard A320 stuff that you are used to. And this over here is probably the worst seat in the entire aircraft. Imagine if you're sitting here, like that, as a flight attendant, and then over here you've got some, let's just say, not so nice passenger. Honestly, that must be hell to sit here for the entire flight with that passenger. In those over here have a sufficient distance, but that guy here, man, I'd really prefer not to. Then of course going back we have a second station like this right over here. But none of these is as bad as the mid-exit door in the 737 MAX. The one that blew off in the Alaska because it, well, was plugged. But at least, you do have to say, if you're sitting here as a cabin crew, you finally get to see something. You're sitting right at a window. That's probably one of the positive sides, of the upsides of sitting at this station. Even though it's probably just one of the only ones, but, you know. And SOS 2310, what are the changes of the latest Fenix update? Quite a bit of EFB stuff. So it is finally able to read the Lufthansa layout, Emirates layout, and a couple more now, again. These actually did break because SimBrief has changed the actual layout of those, or has updated the layout of those flight plans from the previous 2014 versions to what they look like right now. And apparently that broke compatibility with the Fenix bus. Now that has been changed. Apart from that, we've also seen a couple of changes to the flight dynamics in the A321 and to the trim and the elevator behavior. Though I have to say, I didn't really actively notice exactly what changed here. I just think it flies fine. But hey, that's probably the best thing they can achieve. You know, do some changes and the pilot tells you it flies good. Okay, perfect. What else can you ask for?
Papa Bravo speed 200 knots or less.
And Ninja Plays, is there a reason you didn't take the IAE version of the A321 that Finnair also has? Yeah, this was the only repaint I could find, and this one had the CFMs. That's the reason.
Contact tower 124.4.
Speed 180 and contact
And Bootwin, Emmanuel, I explained for takeoff with a gust of 33 knots or more, you should use the wind shear option in Virtual Performance Tool. Can you also choose a wind shear option in the Universal Flight Tablet of the PMDG 737? Let me think about it. I think they disabled that option with the UFT. They used to have it in P3D. They should probably try to convince them to include it in the UFT again as well, but the alternate solution would be to force toga thrust. You can always do that. You can always just force toga on it, and then you should get some decent output or power output as well. Basically, the wind shear option on the 737 OPT did more or less exactly that. It used full toga, but it also gave you a delayed, what was it? A delayed VR value, I believe. It's been a while. I do notice that right now. I think it gave you a delayed rotation value.
Thank you. Snowman 603. Wind 170 degrees.
And Bonner, am I using Active Sky? If so, would I recommend it over MSFS weather? Honestly, that's a hard decision for me. Right now I'm not using it. On the previous couple of live streams I did use it. And to be completely honest, I'm a little bit undecided at the moment. Sometimes I use it and then I think, oh yeah, that's actually quite okay. And then after using it for a while, I'm like, nah, not really, let's go back to default. With that in mind, I would say, would I recommend to get MSFS, to get Active Sky over the default MSFS weather? Probably not. Maybe invest that money into your favorite airport or something the likes.
Thank you, perfect.
But it's a hard decision. I don't know. Hard decision really.
Not it on.
But I would probably say, seeing that I sometimes use it, then don't use it again, then use it again, then don't use it again. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And Hans Kriekes, it's been 21 years since I last flew the A320 family aircraft, but the Fenix feels just right from what I remember, especially with the latest optimized fly-by-wire code. I think so as well. There's a couple things where I'm unsure about, especially the drag of the A319 at the moment, especially the CFM. The IAE, maybe, but the CFM, I just can't get it to slow down.
Cleared ILS 21 and reporting when established function 272.
And Ziggy Air, I just jumped onto the stream. I'm doing a flight on the 321 after the update. Everything seems smooth, except GSX, which is acting weird. Well, surprise. GSX acting weird. Doesn't surprise me all that much. Now, well, I think on my flight it just acted okay. I have to give it that. It was okay. Make sure you update GSX to the latest version, because Fenix does say in their knowledge base that outdated GSX versions can cause issues. So maybe that's something you should take into consideration. Sebastian Neubauer, do I think the Fenix A320 will get sharklets? Yes, it will. Those sharklets are actually included in the purchase price already, so it is going to be a free update. And Raven, how much does the Fenix cost? I think it costs 50 British pounds? I think it's 50 British pounds, isn't it? You guys correct me on it. And Raven, yeah, fly-by-wire is free, but come on, you gotta see the difference between this and the fly-by-wire. Fly-by-wire is a good freeware. This is one of the 3 best aircraft available in the sim. Especially without ranking them. The other 2 obviously being the 777 and the 737.
Landing time 2-1. Varathanko huone Hetan majatalossa vai lähdettekö taas?
Kyllä mä tuossa hotellille päälle.
And Critic, I have been flying from the captain's view on the left since 2 years. Now when I keep the view on the right side it feels weird and I mess my landings, but I want to fly from the right side now. Yeah, that was probably the biggest change I had when I started not only to use Flight Simulator from the captain's seat, but from the first officer's seat. So all of us are well familiar with this, right? You know exactly what your aircraft looks like, you know exactly where all the switches are, you just know exactly where everything is. And all of a sudden, you sit over here, and it feels like you're sitting in a completely different aircraft. That was my impression when I first started to simulate flight from the first officer's seat, just prior to entering flight school. That was basically when I got interested in flying from the FO seat as well, when just before I joined flight school. And ever since, I'm just going left and right and switching the seats around between sectors, and I honestly gotta say that I enjoy both, and it takes away a little bit of the feeling that everything basically is the same over all those flights. But now you really feel differences. All of a sudden, sitting on the right side just, I don't know, makes it a different aircraft. Certainly until you got used to it. By now I'm so used to it that, you know, doesn't really matter anymore. But it's the very same in the real world whether I'm sitting on the right side or on the left side, especially in the 737. When I sat on the left side, everything looked completely different than from the right side. On the Airbus it's a little bit more common, but still quite similar.
Hello, Channel 4175, Helsinki Control, Arena. Control function 2 to establish ILS runway 21. Function 272, connect tower 11.7, naughty.
So, a couple of guys asking about the Inibuild's A300. I think that's an entertaining aircraft to fly. Not study level for sure, definitely not. But it's an entertaining airplane to fly, and I had a lot of entertaining and fun flights with it. It simulates most of the normal procedures to an okay extent, but it's not study level, guys. That's a difference there. There's a large difference there. And Andrew, good evening. When was the last time you flew general aviation aircraft in real life? It was last year. 1,000 ago. So that was approximately 1 year ago.
Reset your squawk 0524.
I'm Purify. I noticed that when during a managed descent, the speed in the Fenix is almost always at the maximum. Yes, I noticed something similar, but I think it greatly depends on the winds. You really gotta make sure that you uplink your winds. So make sure that you got something in here for the descent wind. You definitely need that. Otherwise, the speed is going to be off all the time. If you have a headwind, then you are going to fly fast. Oh, sorry, then you're going to fly slow. If you have a tailwind, you're going to fly fast. That's how it is. And F1 Tom, have I ever flown in snow in real life? Oh yes, I have. And I really liked it. Even though, from nowadays perspective, back then I only had my PPL, from nowadays perspective, I would probably return to the apron the moment my plane starts skidding when I do the run-up. From nowadays perspective, I wouldn't fly over water in a single engine airplane anymore either, and back then I had no problem flying half an hour over the ocean. So these things do change when you get used to flying multi-engine. And Daft Duck, so when is my next flight in the real world going? It's planned for Saturday, but it is a reserve duty, so I don't know yet where it's gonna go and at what time, or if I'm going to fly at all. Reserve can also change into off days, so I might have off. I don't know yet. And Ninja Plays, no, the controller did not forget us at level 310. We requested that to be the final level. With the background of that being, I wanted to fly faster, so I've increased the cost index, and generally, round about flight level 290, flight level 300 is where you get the highest true airspeed. You can see that over here as well. We're doing a true airspeed of 471 knots compared to the normal 450 that you do at about Mach 7, 8 or something at the higher levels. So we can definitely fly a little bit faster by staying at these levels down low over here. That's something you will notice a lot in Germany. Lufthansa is so often just flying at flight level 270, flight level 290. That's when they're late and they just want to get the highest possible speed. That's when they fly at those levels. Of course it uses a lot of fuel. You can see it down here at the fuel flow gauges. We're using over 3,000 kilos an hour right now. And if you look at the fuel page on the eCam, you can see 53 kilos a minute. Normal would be about 40 kilos a minute. So we are really using fuel quite a bit faster right now. By the way, just something I noticed. The top of descent seems rather close to the destination to me. What do our constraints look like? Okay, well, no, we are not going to fly into the wrong direction all the time here. Let's just say we plan loose up at flight level 100. That should enable a nice straight in. So that's going to be only like 4,000 lower. Not too bad, but let's go ahead and update that over here. Here we go.
Finnair 983 Golf, cleared loose at 5 Alpha arrival, runway 22 left. When ready, descent flight level 100.
Finnair 983 Golf, cleared loose up 5 Alpha arrival, runway 22 left. When ready, descent level 100. And I tell you what, we're going to do another FLS over here. So, RNAV 22 left. Loose up 5 Alpha, Bifix, insert. Select heading or track first. That's because we're inbound to loose up already, so we can't change it. Okay. Well, heading. Insert. Direct 2. Loose up. Insert. Then let's just change that altitude again. So loose up around 100 should be fine, I think. Something like that. So 130 miles to the top of descent. That's just about fine. Okay, and here we are again. And Chimpanzee, good evening. How can I insert the EOSIT in the MCDU? I do recommend to have a look at my Airbus MCDU setup tutorial there. In that one I explain it in detail. I just don't want to go over it again because we did already talk about that on the live stream here. And Elmon Linji, how many times per week do you fly in real life? It's usually 4 long hauls a month, sometimes 5. But how often per week is really really hard to say. And Andrea, Emmanuel, what do you think about the 727? I like it. It's not perfect yet. There's a couple of things, especially on the flight engineer panel, that they can still improve. But overall, I think for the price that they're asking, Flight Sim Studios have delivered a solid aircraft with the 727. We should probably fly it again. We should certainly fly it again. The A319 and A321 just really grabbed my attention here because, let's admit it, those are awesome aircraft. And those will probably be fan favorites here for a very long time, so for rather obvious reasons, I do like to fly these at the moment, but we should definitely fly the 727 again. And Chimpanzee, by the way, Finnair has a very tasty blueberry juice on board. Well, that sounds good. Mr. Doctor, what is the most study-level aircraft from IndyBuild? Honestly, IndyBuild didn't develop any study-level aircraft. That is not their aim. IndyBuild aims to deliver entertaining aircraft that mostly feature the normal procedures of an aircraft. And they do very well at that, but they don't build study-level aircraft. They really don't. Not the A300, certainly none of those that they included in the default sim, even though I do know that Asobo called the A310 a study level, but come on, it's not. It is really not. And Blankstar, in case I'm up for another flight, what is VNKT again? Up to Paro would be cool. It certainly would, but I'm afraid not for today. Once this one is done, I'm done for the evening. Just trying to get a halfway normal sleeping rhythms over my normal off days here, and not staying up too late. It's 9:30 p.m. for me now, and I really don't want to stay up, you know, till midnight or something, because I will stay up all night long on my next real life rotation anyway. So now, Arne, do I think the extended simulation package will make the TFDI MD-11 closer to study level? Nah, no. They have a very long way to go until they can start thinking about stuff like that. They are on a very good way, but they have a very long way to go before they can start about thinking thinking about stuff like that. Okay, so ATC already set when ready to ascend level 100, so why not just dial that in here as well? And will the A350 be starkly leveled? No, unfortunately. I don't think so. I don't think they made a public statement, but looking at the types of aircraft that IndyBuilds has already produced, and especially looking at the time they dedicate to the development. Keep in mind, IndyBuilds is developing that A350 in just about under a year. You do not develop a study level aircraft in that time. Look at how long PMDG takes. Look at how long Fenix takes to develop their aircraft. If IndyBuilds comes ahead and develops a highly complex airliner, a 5th generation jet like the A350, in under a year, that tells us a lot about the level of system depth they're going for. What I expect from the IndyBuilds A350 is that they're going to have some nice systems to cover the normal procedures for a flight. I don't think that they will cover failures to any extent more than maybe some basic engine failures, and let's admit it, those are not very complex to do. The complex stuff happens in the electrical systems. Like, if you really want to see how to mess an Airbus over, try this. Go to electrical, and now let's fail DC bus number 1, for example. This is where things get interesting. If you fail those buses in the Airbus, that is where things get interesting. So, elect DC bus 1 forward. Blower. Alright, ecam actions. Blower, override. So, ventilation, blower, override. And extract, override. So, ventilation, extract, override. Clear elec. Clear elec. So, why is this showing the cabin pressure page now? We don't have any subsequent failures on there, I would seem. And now look at the status page. This is where things get interesting. If you now fail DC bus 2 as well, then you'll have a problem. And this is the kind of stuff that actually makes an aircraft study level. So right now, just to be sure the radio is still working, that's the most important point for me here flying on Batson, because they normally don't really accept when you lose radio contact. But yeah, just look at that single DC bus fault and all the subsequent failures that we have. Audio control panel 3, captain static probe, standby static probe. Then the windshield heats, Cat 3 dual, reverser number 1. Like, you just lost a DC bus, why is a reverser inoperative? Avionics ventilation, in other words, your avionics might overheat, and all that good stuff should be simulated here. So, you know, that's what makes an airplane study level. Now let's fix that thing. And it's recovering the systems. Nice. Our DCDU is also coming back. Wonderful. You know, that is study level. That is study level. And Attila, what is my choice for study level turboprop and general aviation aircraft? Well, most certainly A2A. Their Comanche is just wonderful. Then Black Square is also really good. Black Square is also among my favorites. Regardless whether you look at the Dukes or whether you look at the King Air, or if you look at the smaller stuff like, for example, the Baron or the Bonanza, all of their stuff is really good. I do really like that. And apart from that, the WB Sim Cessna 172 is also pretty cool. Costs about 18 euros over at Just Flight. But you do need the analog Cessna 172 from Asobo for that thing to work. Alright, quick setup for our flight. I'm gonna try and keep it short over here. So, Helsinki, arrival. What do we have? Lusab 5 Alpha, 22 left. So, Lusab. 5 Alpha, here it is. Then we'll do the RP approach, runway 22 left, down here. And that should be all for us. Okay, so we don't do DME ops.
314 Papa Bravo, taxi front end of choice.
Vectors if needed, descendants by ATC, of course. Restrictions must be followed as published, unless explicitly cancelled by ATC. Okay, standard stuff. So, Lucep, Napan, max 250. So, Lucep, Napan, 250. And then via Hotel Kilo 902 towards Kuka, max 220 knots, 3000. And that's what we have. And thereafter we continue on an opposite downward heading, and we are going to get vectors into the final. Okay, so from there we are going to fly the RP approach, runway 22 left. Alright, out of Bifix, 210, 3000, Tixet, 2000, Gumbo, 2000, and 3 degree glide. We have Bifix 210, Tixet, and Gumbo 2000, 3 degree glide. Case of go around, straight at waypoint 864, left turn 185, climbing 2000, expect radar vectors. And we have 864, 2000, and heading 185 for radar vectors. Looks good. So, FLS is active. Echo Fox Hotel Kilo 22 left. And then speed is looking good, so let's go ahead and have a look at the ATIS to get our arrival data. Arrival ATIS. Independent IFR approaches in progress. Arriving runways 22 left and 22 right. We've been assigned 22 left already. Transition level 60, wind 11085, carbox 171024. Beautiful. So 1024, 17, and 110 at 5. So, minimums LPV 349. Now comes the big question, how long is that runway and where can we vacate it? So we've got two rapid exit taxiways here. One is right in the middle, that's got to be 1500 meters. So down here is probably 1800 meters. Thereafter Zulu Lima is already going to take quite a bit longer. So how about... And guys, yes, you did hear an ambulance sound. I'm living rather close to a hospital, so sometimes they do drive by, but I just have to keep my windows open. The heat generated by the i9 and the RTX 4090 is just so incredible. I'm sitting here with my air conditioning running on maximum, and with the windows open, and it's just getting incredibly hot over here. And Ninja Plays, just remember not to accidentally vacate Zulu Golf. You are right on that, but no worries. Oh, there is no way we can slow the A321 to vacate a 90-degree angle here.
And when indicating speed...
Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of... let's go ahead and do a little bit of calculations here. So we're going to apply that. Landing weight, let's make it 70 tons, then we should be conservative here. Oh, come on.
X-ray call, but plan your descent with indicated speed 2 faster or less.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, plan the descent at 250 or less. Very good you mentioned that, otherwise we would have been hopelessly lost. Thank you. Because that probably means we gotta go down right now. See that? The top of descent just came 20 miles in. Okay. Speed descent, F up, alt, flight level 100 blue. And now we gotta lose all that speed. Oh boy. Very good thing he mentioned that. So my plan was to do 340 knots, so 90 knots slower obviously is an incredible amount of drag that all of the sudden you have left. Look at that, 5 minutes on top over here by that speed restriction. Okay. So, looks like we do need a little bit of speed brake to be sure to get that aircraft back on profile. Okay. By the way, something I really don't understand from the A321 is why the VLS band sometimes gets up this high. Like, we can't even fly the aircraft down to 250 knots here with a speed brake because the VLS band is right down here. So we gotta go a little bit less speed brake here. I'm not sure if the actual A321 does stuff like that. The A330 normally does not, unless you do an emergency descent. In an emergency descent in the A330 you can fly yourself into a situation like this. And 320 Simpilot Superfan, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Okay, now speed is down, speed brake in. I'm gonna answer your questions in a moment here. Let's just go ahead and finish up our approach briefing, shall we? So we need about 2,200 meters over here. Can use manual thrust, that should take a little bit off. Yeah, 2,092 looks about right. I'm not gonna force any more than that. And with that we're probably gonna vacate over here on Zulu 1, I guess. Is that Zulu 1? Zulu Juliet. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so it's your turn, Captain. Thank you. MSA is 3,000 safe all around. We are coming in by the Lucep 5 Alpha arrival for an arm-off approach runway 22 left. Minimum spiral 349 and the go-around trajectory straight ahead left-hand turn climbing 3,000. By the way, why is the plane going that slow now? Come on. Selected speed 250. We want to fly that accurately. And yes guys, that's the next ambulance there. Something's happened again. Alright, extra fuel and time. What do we have now? 11 minutes. So guidance for the approach is going to be the FLS. Config full, idle, reverse, stop margin is about just about 1,000 meters. Auto brakes low. Here we go. That's the reason we do these things. And the planned runway exit is Zulu Juliet. I don't see any hotspots for taxi in. Nothing special, nothing non-standard. Do you have any threats? No? Wonderful. Okay. Briefing completed. And let me say bye-bye to our guests. Dear guests from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We've started our descent towards Helsinki with a remaining flight time of approximately 20 minutes. The weather over there currently clear skies at a temperature of 16 degrees. We would like to thank you very much for choosing Finnair for today's flight. I hope that you have enjoyed it as much as we did. And we look forward to welcoming you all again on board of a future flight. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, and that is our passengers dealt with. Okay, wonderful. So now we're on the way down, everything dealt with. Managed speed.
Resume normal speed.
And that's it. Okay, so.
High five.
Purify 9, each time I see your landings, I think I'm doing something wrong. Well, the key really is to come in stabilized over the threshold. If you're descending too quickly, you can forget about that landing, just go around. So come in stabilized over the threshold, flare at 30 feet, and don't overflare. You know, only a degree or two of pitch, and that's all you need. And then the airplane is going to settle down very nicely. And that's really all you need. And that applies to almost every single jet that is out there. Now, 320 Simpilot Superfan, on the Atsu in the MCU, what's the purpose of the new leg page? So, that is the one we have right down... It's over here on the arrival message, isn't it? Yeah, so basically you can tell them if you require certain things, and you can already tell them how much fuel you need and that good stuff, so that they can start preparing the load sheet. The general idea is to expedite the turnaround process by telling the ground crew certain things are needed. Say for example your APU is inoperative and you definitely require a GPU, then you could tick that one over here. Or if you need preconditioned air because it's too hot and your APU is inop. Or if something is wrong in the APU bleed system and you need an air start unit, you can order that stuff over here. Especially the air start unit. If you don't order that one like an hour before your landing, I promise you it's not going to be there for your departure. And then you have your delay. I can almost promise you that. So the general idea over here is to let the company know ahead of time if certain things are needed. Okay, then, Andrew Meyer, what are my thoughts on the SWS PC-12? I like it. It's been a while since I've flown it, I have to admit that. Back in the day when I did the review, I did like the aircraft, but ever since I haven't used it very much, so keep that in mind. My memory on the plane isn't exactly fresh. It's just there are so many great aircraft and I have so little time available. Oh, and of course we cancelled our failure, so let's go ahead and turn the ventilation stuff back on.
Scandinavia 4175, contact Helsinki radar 129.85 today.
129.85, Scandinavian 4175, good evening.
And Echo Base, I really need to learn non-precision approaches. It opens up a lot more opportunities for places to land. Absolutely. And did we just miss a call from ATC? Oh, they are gonna say it again. So yeah, flying non-precision approaches is really not hard. I have a couple of tutorials up, and it really does open up a whole new world. So many Greek islands that you can fly to. And Noble, I'm afraid I'm not going to tell which airline I fly for. My apologies for that. Now, Neen, what is my favorite place to visit? Honestly, I have so many places that I just really like to fly into.
512, confirm direct Lima, India,
I really wouldn't
Lima,
know. I really wouldn't
uniform,
know.
And descent flight level 100.
I do love Punta Cana, that's for sure. 320 Simpilot Superfans, thank you so much for the £4.99 donation. Thank you for the fabulous content. Keep it up. Have you ever had any problems with volcanic ash while flying? Not a problem, but at least an encounter. That was 2 years ago, I believe, or was it 3 years ago? Man, time really flies, in the most literal sense. But when the volcano on the Canary Islands broke out, I had a flight down to Tenerife just in that time, and as we descended down, you could really see where there was a whole layer of mist, which actually was volcanic ash, of course. Now, it wasn't strong enough that we were not allowed to fly through it, but nonetheless, when we did fly through it, you could really smell that very distinctive smell of volcanic ash there. So that definitely was an encounter. And then when I did the walk around after the flight, I most certainly noticed a little bit of that stuff on the fan blades as well. But it was all within limits, so we could fly with it. Overall, not really any problems. And anti-cooperative, in regards to airlines having problems with saying and showing what you work for. Completely apart from what the airline may want or not want. It's that I personally don't want to name it, because if my airline has an accident or anything, and journalists start searching for content to bitch over, and they find the YouTube channel of a pilot of that airline, and they find any small error I might do on my simulator flying here, which of course is absolutely not representative of my real world flying, but journalists don't care about that kind of stuff. So if journalists do come up with stuff like that, they're immediately going to take you apart. And that is the prime reason why you will find almost no pilot who is willing to tell which airline he works for. Because if that stuff happens, if you get in a shit with the media, mainstream media that is, then you're done for. Really. That is the prime reason.
Finland X-ray Golf, join LUSEP holding as published.
Finland X-ray Golf, hold over LUSEP as published. Up until now, it did not seem busy. Okay, 177, left-hand
Mike,
turns.
recleared descent flight level 120, expect holding at LUSEP.
What did I say? 171, left-hand turns. So, how much fuel do we have? 10 minutes. Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, request expected approach time.
Finland X-ray Golf, don't know yet, but you may expect the one holding pattern.
9 X-ray Golf, roger. Okay, one pattern is not a problem. Okay, so let's do a quick holding briefing here. LUSEP level 100 or above. Maximum 230 knots. Minimum holding altitude flight level 100. Left-hand turns, 1 minute lag time, and MSA 2800, 2700. Basically, not really a problem at all. Okay. So one round in the hole shouldn't be too bad. With the amount of fuel we have, maybe we can turn this one into a good exercise. We've got 10 minutes over here, so that's plenty of time available. So the airplane is going to reduce the airspeed automatically once we enter the holding. And, well, there's just not much more to do over there. And 320 Sympilot Superfan, if ATC just advises you of something like an estimated time until you receive clearance, is it okay just to say roger without your call sign? Yes and no. Basically, it depends on the situation. You have to assure that the message cannot be misunderstood. So, let's say you just had a little exchange with ATC and they know whom they're talking to. Then you can just leave your call sign out. But let's say that he would call us now and gave us some instructions now. Then I would reply with a call sign as well, because it could be anybody else replying. So it always depends a bit on the situation. Basically, you are allowed to leave your call sign away in case a two-way communication is assured.
Open on X-ray Golf, for information, you are now something like 12 in the traffic.
Roger. So, number 12, let's see. Estimated arrival time 08. That means 12 minutes. They can land one aircraft per minute. So, I don't really expect much delay here. Maybe 5 minutes or so. Shouldn't be much of a problem.
One, Mike, join LUSEP.
In any case, let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs on. And then we'll see how this is going to develop. I really had no idea that they have these amount of traffic levels over here. Over the entire flight, it really sounded like it would be, you know, easy going. But, looks like they do have a little bit more traffic. Probably all coming in from the south or from the west, I guess. Hold start. So in regards to the holding, one hold is basically 4 minutes. So we aim to fly standard turns. Standard turn is 2 minutes. So that's 1 minute turning outbound, 1 minute straight, 1 minute turning inbound, 1 minute flying back to the fix. So we're looking at 4 minutes for one round in the holding. And Ilara Kusa, wow, so no fly-in. I'm afraid I don't quite get what they're trying to say there. My apologies.
Victor 8, Yankee Lima, cleared in Epic 2 Charlie arrival, runway 21, when ready, descent plus level 100.
And Kevin, any ideas on an interesting part of airline fuel economy to conduct research on for a school project? Honestly, I don't think that there is any information available that you could get that would be interesting enough there. Airlines are normally not that talkative on these parts, you know? So I'm afraid not really.
We are now ready to land. We kindly ask you to return to your seats now. Please make sure that your seatbelt is fastened.
And Max, which VDGS tool do I use? That's from GSX usually. And Ilari, yeah, there is an event today. It's the standard Thursday Helsinki event. Now, someone's asked how often we get a bus or remote gate in Frankfurt. It happens, but not too often. Every couple of months or so, but really not too often. But remember, I'm flying long haul, so they don't really like to put A330s on those outside gates unless it is really necessary. It does happen, but really not too often. That's some wonderful colors up here. Let's just see it that way. Yep, I do really like that. Turn on some night charts here as well. And NM Flyer Robin, remember the old days of flying a whole racetrack patterns with varying shapes? Oh boy, don't even get me started.
X-ray Golf, resume Lucet 5 Alpha arrival en route.
Resume Lucet 5 Alpha arrival, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Okay, holding is cancelled. Then we'll resume the arrival.
Finnair X-ray Golf, reduce speed to 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. That's what we're doing anyway.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, contact Helsinki radar 129.85. Good luck.
129.85, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Thank you, good evening. 129 or 1190? One 29985, up here it is. That's also one thing charts are useful for. They do have frequencies on them. 119.195, Radar, good evening, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf information. Mike, flight level 100, speed 220.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, Helsinki radar, hello, radar contact, runway 22 left, call you back for sequence jump.
Runway 2 to left, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, request the RMP approach.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, you're number 16 for landing.
Confirm 16?
Yes.
Roger. Okay, number 16, so that's about 16 minutes of delay. Well, that's definitely not working out with our extra fuel, of course, but what happens if we commit to land at destination? 43 minutes extra. Wonderful. So that's what we do. The weather is good, they have multiple runways, so we can drop our alternate and just commit to landing here at Helsinki. Nonetheless, I do want to get warned a little bit earlier, so give me 45 minutes, please.
5000, Finnair 2023, Finnair Papa.
Huh, there's definitely something wrong with that final fuel. What happens if I insert something here? Okay, we'll do it that way. In the real one you can insert a time as well. So that is 36 minutes.
Leave Napun heading 220.
Leave Napun heading 220, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Okay. heading 220, pre-selected.
Alpha Papa Alpha 033 and frequency. Finnair 8 Papa, send left heading 040.
Left division 0 pour Finnair 8 Papa.
And Jay Blinsky, hello. Are the Navigraph charts the same pilots use in real life? Well, there is different
1199.
providers for charts in the real world, and Jefferson, which is where Navigraph sources their data, is one of them. Okay, heading. But they are just one of them. There are, of course, more. Like, for example, there's Lufthansa Systems or Lido, which in my opinion are the best, but opinions do vary. And then there is Navtech or NavBlue as well. Basically, Jefferson belongs to Boeing, NavBlue belongs to Airbus, and Lido belongs to Lufthansa.
Followed by a 033, radar contact, descent flight level 70, runway 22 left.
Okay, I don't think we need this stuff anymore, so let's insert Bifix up here. 037 looks about right. Okay, insert, full heading, heading. Okay. So, 1, 2, the others all gotta be on the other side, I suppose. We can't really see anyone, it seems, though. Okay. We'll get there.
Confirm that
eventually.
FM right heading 100.
Clear, right heading 100 for 0.
Finnair 8 Papa, contact arrival 1199, call sign on.
1199. Finnair 8 Papa.
And 327 pilot superfan, is the V
Finnair 9
approach?
X-ray Golf, descent flight level 70.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descent flight level 70. First I low descent, out flight level 70 blue.
Logship 595, Helsinki, hello, radar contact, descent level 70.
So, is the V approach always the speed you should fly on approach? Well, yes and no. Yes, because this is dynamically updated by the Airbus based on the wind conditions. No, because you can manually modify it, and in some cases you should. But basically you always fly the basically you always fly the magenta triangle. Speed, vertical speed, minus 1000. I was just descending a little bit too quick over here.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, turn right heading 040.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, confirm, turn right heading 040.
Station.
Roger, right heading 040, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf.
Shift Alpha with you at 10,000 feet in down Lockheed.
Okay, heading 040.
Lockheed 7 Alpha departure.
It really doesn't sound that busy.
Princess Mark Rafael, speed 200.
It really doesn't sound that busy.
Speed 200, 1500.
And Matthias GTR, do I think the A330 multi-role tanker transport SOPs are different to the normal A330 SOPs? I don't think so, no.
Highway 033 second.
Okay, so just a quick look at our fuel planning over here. Final reserve plus alternate is about 1,500. So basically we are committing to land round about now.
The correction long shift 595, speed 230.
But with 16 aircraft in front, by now it should be 13 or something. I really don't think that that's too bad.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, continue right heading 220.
Continue right heading 220, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Okay, heading 220. So basically you just wanted us to fly in orbit. That's fine.
Longship 595, right heading 09.
G Walker, he said 1616. Unfortunately, but he did. That much about my idea to get into bed early, huh? I really never expected them to have that much traffic over here. I thought it was a lot quieter. But well, at least we get to enjoy a couple of very lovely views over here. So we definitely got to see the positive sides here.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descent flight level correction 6000 feet, QNH 1023.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descend 6000, QNH 1023.
Fireway 033 and left heading 040.
Say again, Fireway 033.
Vertical speed, minus 1000, alt
033 and left heading 3040.
6000, oh, flight level 60 blue. Set QNH.
Windows 95, right heading 085, descent flight level 70.
QNH 1023, cross-check passing 7000 now.
085 and descent level 270.
That's the view I was looking for earlier. Beautiful, isn't it? So, last bits of the sun. Okay, approach checklist. Barrow reference, QNH 1023. Seatbelts on, minimum. Barrow 349. Auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist
Airway
complete.
033 turn right heading 040.
Oh, we're already at 340 Fireway 033.
Negative heading 040, heading 40 and maintain 5000.
Okay, last pieces of sunlight there.
Confirm 040.
And there it goes. Bye bye, sun. See you tomorrow.
040 and 5000. Fireway 033.
Long spot 5.
Oh, it's coming up again.
5000, KNH
Huh,
1023.
that was quick.
Descent 5000, QNH 1023, long ship 595.
Okay, no further comment on that. Alt.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, speed 200.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, speed 200. Can we maintain 210?
Approved.
210 approved, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Because then I can just keep it down here at the green dot so that I don't need to extend my flaps. Because they would obviously increase the fuel flow quite a bit. In a situation like this, of course, we do try to conserve as much fuel as possible. And Robin, yeah, you name it. It did come a long way since FS95. It most definitely did.
Highway 033 and right heading 060.
Turn right heading 060, Fireway 033.
Long ship 595, left heading 050.
Left 050, long ship 595.
And Dove Duck, I think if you want a lot of traffic, the Frankfurt release next week is the right choice. Most definitely. It comes out right on the evening where...
595, speed
or
200.
right on the day where there is going to be
200, long ship 595.
the Frankfurt Friday on Vatsim, and IVAO has an event as well. Honestly,
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, left heading 130.
left heading 130, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Heading 130. So, next Friday, I will absolutely avoid flying to Frankfurt. That thing is gonna go crazy. It's just gonna go crazy. I know that. And I'm definitely not gonna fly there. Maybe around afternoon, but that's gonna be it. And the weekend is... The weekend is probably going to be hell as well.
Speed 180, long ship 595.
Info 95, descent 5000 feet, KNH 1023, speed 180.
And Amir, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Double sunset is a real life phenomenon. I wonder if it's bug or modeled. I have my theory here. And very nice to see you here, Amir.
Highway 033, contact arrival 1199.
Contact arrival the 119.
So probably gonna get that as well.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descent 5000 feet, KNH 1023, and now I need speed 190 knots.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descent 5000 or 1023, speed 190. Okay, flaps 1. Speed check.
One of my flight level.
And yeah, we'll fly 195 to keep the, in order not to extend the flaps.
22 left, descent level 70.
So first idle, descent out, 5000. Left heading 055, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Heading 055. Speed, vertical speed.
Simpsons 95, confirm descent 5000 feet.
Yeah, we just
Okay, so probably going to fly over here. They seem to be turning traffic in round about here, so looks to me like we have about... I'll start. 119.1, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, bye now.
Disregard 119.9.
119.9 of Finnair 9 X-ray Golf.
Key 703 Tango, turn left in 2505, let's go to left.
So let's see, is that the director frequency?
25 left.
Yeah.
Race Papa, contact tower 118.6, thank you, bye.
Tower 118.6 and analyze speed restrictions for Finnair 8.
So just to give you an example over here, previously we used about 1,350 kilos per engine. Now with the slots extended it's 1,450 kilos. So that's 200 kilos more fuel flow per hour just by extending those flaps. That's the reason why I wanted to avoid getting them out as early or for as long as possible. Arrival Finnair 9 X-ray Golf.
9 X-ray Golf, good evening, arrival.
Okay, so they're coming in round about here, so we have 10 miles to run. Plus they need to put 3 aircraft into that distance, so probably flying a little bit further. Maybe 10 miles ahead and then onto the base. And of course we are flying FLS, so should have turned that LS button on. Did I do anything of the 10,000 foot flow? Was probably busy with the holding by the time we reached that up. Right, here we go, now everything's settled. But I do believe we did the approach checklist. Yeah, we did. That's one of the reasons I love that EQRH. You just look at it, okay, checklist is ticked off, perfect, you've done it. I think in the 737 my record is that I've repeated the same checklist twice until I was actually 100% sure that I had done it. Because every time it got interrupted and, you know... So, beautiful model up here. Really beautiful. You're still watching, Amir? Congratulations, man. That's just looking really excellent. Really, really excellent. Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, descent 3,000 feet. Vertical speed minus 1,000, alt 3,002.
Turn right heading 190, clear for runway 2.
Okay, he's already turning inbound.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, speed 200.
Speed 200, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Let's give him those 5 knots so that it looks like we actually did something on his radar.
Arrival, good evening, it's going to be 2844 flying...
That's always the challenge. If they tell you to fly 190 and you fly 195 and then they tell you to fly 200, it's always like, do I remain at...
X-ray Golf, turn right heading 120.
Right heading 140, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Heading 140. So then it's always like, okay, I need to make it look like I accelerated on the radar, so I just added 5 knots. That's gonna make the difference. That's it.
5033, speed 190 knots.
190 knots for every 031.
Finnair 17, correction, Finnair 72,
1,000 to go.
190 knots until 70 MD.
Purify 9, could I maybe describe exactly what's going through my head in the last 300 feet of the landing, what I'm watching for, etc.?
Thank you, bye.
I think that's better suited for a dedicated video and not for a live stream.
16594.
But I will do that video for you.
Descend 3000 long to 595.
Fenix Papa Romeo, best approach to left.
Okay, what's our fuel status right now? 23 minutes extra, 800 kilos. So 800 kilos extra is basically one go around followed by a second approach. In other words, if we have to go around now, then we still have those 15 extra that I've inserted on the final time here. Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, right heading 190, and to confirm we requested the RMP approach to left.
RMP approach runway 2 to left.
Get RMP 2 to left, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Okay. So that's fake glide slope and fake localizer blue.
2 to left and speed 190 knots until 70 mi.
Was that for us?
Longship 595, turn right heading 120. Correction 5.
If that was for us, he's going to say again. Look at that. That looks pretty cool with all those aircraft lined up on the runway, doesn't it?
7244, turn left heading...
Okay, fake localizer alive. I just love to call it fake. Even though some people do look strange at me, but... Okay, fake lock star. Why is it turning left?
595, turn right
Let's keep
heading
turning right.
170.
Okay, that plane starts coming a bit slower over there.
Let's
go manage speed already.
118.6 highest vertical speed.
5 knots really don't make much of a difference. So.
033, speed confidence, speed 180 knots.
Maintain the 180
Okay, look at that.
1 X-ray Golf speed 180 knots until 5 dm.
180 until 5 dm, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Okay, fake lock. So, flaps 2. Speed checked.
Arrival, hello, Finnair 4
Flaps 2. And speed 180.
Arrival. Longship 595, turn right heading 190, rocket pilots approach to left.
Right 190, clear air for goes to left, longship 195.
Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, contact tower 118.6, thank you, bye.
118.6, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, thank you, bye. Okay, is that 118 or 119? 118.
E703, Tango short final 2 to left.
Easy 703, Tango, wind 110 degrees, 5 knots runway 2 to left.
Okay, 180 until 6 miles, that's not going to be much of a problem.
Right 2 to left, clear land, E703, Tango.
Morris Tower, Finnair 7 Zulu, ajatus 2 to left. Finnair 7 Zulu, Helsinki Tower, continue approach number 2. Aperture, Finnair 7 Zulu.
Hello, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf, RMP 2 to left, 180 until 6.
And 9 X-ray Golf next tower, continue approach number 4.
Continue, Finnair 9 X-ray Golf. Number 4. I love to hear it. Look at that TCAS over here as well. Those guys are pretty close to one another. They gotta be careful. That guy in the aft gotta slow down now. Otherwise you have the 2.5 miles minimum separation here. And, well, then it would end up in a go-around. Do we have anyone behind us? No, not that closely. Okay, tell you what. Let's reduce 170 over here, because the one ahead is going to reduce fairly quickly, fairly soon. Okay, fake right of star.
2604, holding point of 2 to right.
Oh, go around altitude.
204,
2000 set. And that guy ahead is now at 3.5 miles. That's just about fine. But he really shouldn't get that much closer. But there's a lot of space behind us. I tell you what, I'm going to reduce the speed now. Okay, gear down. Flaps 3. Speed checked, flaps 3.
Inach 7, Zulu, 2 to left, clear
Flaps
to land,
full.
wind 100
Speed checked, flaps full.
Clear to land, Finnair 7 Zulu. 5703 Tango, contact
Oh,
ground
and he's gone.
1.8, bye-bye.
Okay. No, there he is again.
Pacific Tower with 033 and short.
But look at that, he's getting into the 2.5 mile range now, so it's definitely a good thing that we decided to reduce the speed early. If we'd still be flying 180 right now, we would run right into him. Okay, landing checklist, Ecam memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Manual flight. Now we just have to hope that he will vacate the runway quickly enough, because up there I can already see that aircraft start to queue on the runway exits. So yeah, if we go around, we tell them immediately that we're on minimum fuel. It's not a fuel emergency yet, don't worry about that, but it is certainly minimum.
033 to the left, clear to land, wind 110 degrees, 5 knots.
033 ground, maybe 2 to left.
Top unit from November, when airborne contact radar 129.850, wind 110 degrees, 5 knots, runway 2 to right, clear, take off.
Clear for takeoff, when airborne, 129.850, 7 November.
99 X-ray golf, expect the late land clearance.
Oh no, X-ray golf. In this case, he's really right about it. Many times, VATSIM ATC tells you to expect a late landing clearance pretty early, and when it really isn't one, but in this case, I think he's absolutely right. Okay,
disregard.
preceding is just about touching down now. So we had exactly the minimum spacing required. Excellent job by ATC and us slowing down a tad earlier. Exactly 2.5 miles.
Helsinki Tango, good evening, longship 595.
Longship 595, 100 approach from 3. Nine X-ray golf 2 to left, left land, wind 100 degrees.
Let's continue. 2 to left, clear to land, Finnair 9 X-ray golf.
Minimum.
Continue. And the guy logs on again on the runway.
Nordic 2604, we have Whiskey Golf line of way, runway 2 to right.
That glide is going a little low there, ignoring that.
Runway to right, runway to secret.
20, retard.
Okay, the guy's off the runway. We can see that just about now. Okay. Reverse. No, spoilers, reverse green, decel. Oh, and the guy's turning around on the runway. He was just going off to the right. And there he is again. Beautiful.
Airway 033, contact ground 121.8, bye-bye.
Contact ground 121.8. Thank you for the service. Eagles.
Well.
Finnair 9 X-ray golf, welcome to Helsinki. Contact ground 121.8.
121.8, Finnair 9 X-ray golf. And just to confirm, did that guy log on the runway again, or did we somehow miss him?
Finnair 9 X-ray golf, please 7.
And 9 X-ray golf, just wondering about the aircraft to the right there. We just saw him vacate by the time we were about halfway down the runway on the landing. Did he just lock on again, or how did that guy get there? So 1218. I'm just really wondering because...
the pilot or ex-pilot was making some difficulties. I don't know. No worries.
Alright, I see. Have a good evening. Ground hello, Finnair 9 X-ray golf, runway vacated.
Finnair 9 X-ray golf, Helsinki ground, good evening. After the passing EasyJet left to right, taxi to stand, Whiskey 34 via Zulu and Victor Hotel.
Finnair 9 X-ray golf, after the easy passing left-right, Whiskey 34 via Zulu and Victor Hotel. Okay, that's the easy over here. And then we just gotta find that stand, so...
Ground, there is a
Victor Hotel is on the left. Okay, so we know that we're going left already. But get clear of that runway exit.
Airway 033, Helsinki ground, good.
But if you've been around on my Vienna live stream, you can see we had to get the entire aircraft behind this line here. And there really wasn't that much space left towards our taxiway. So that's the reason why we really had to... why we had those problems in Vienna. Sometimes over here it was fine, but on some airports they just need to get you onto that parallel taxiway. Okay, so taxiing and doing all that same stuff here at the same time is a little bit hard, I do have to admit that. But here we are. So, I did float it in a little bit, but it just felt so incredibly nice during that flare. I just had to make it as smooth as possible. Okay, so Whiskey 34 is over here at the terminal. Okay. So coming in via Victor Hotel right now. So Victor Hotel is here, left-hand turn, and then the third or fourth gate to the right-hand side. Okay, somewhere over there. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete.
033, taxi to stand 14 via Zulu. Yankee,
so overall, I tend to say we've done a pretty good job on that arrival. Of course, we committed to land, but we had the options. The airport is large enough. There are so many runways available over here. It was assured that we could land, so it was no problem to use the alternate fuel in order to stay in the holding pattern over here. And, well, what else is there to say? I think everything went about as good as it was theoretically possible. So that's exactly how you would have done this. And this is also the reason why some pilots who tend to just take half an hour extra all the time really waste money. You could see this was about, we were scheduled to land at 03. You can see we landed at about 26. So we had 23 minutes of extra there without many issues. And we still had sufficient extra fuel on board over here.
Good evening.
Well, around about 15 minutes extra. It's not that much, but it is something.
Good evening.
Okay, so Whiskey 35 over here, so we take the next one. So if you guys have questions about committing to land at destination, do put them into the chat and we will have a look once we are on block. Okay, so Whiskey 34 and we've got the one on the middle, it would seem. Oh, that's going quite a bit downhill here. So prepare for it. And taxi light off. I wonder if we tail strike once we are past this downhill here. Yeah, there was a bit of space left. Not that much, but a little.
Lufthansa 434, information.
Okay, no marshal or anything. Oh, that's fine.
April 9.
Here we are.
And Lufthansa 434.
Okay. Engine number 1, engine number 2. Coming through, all doors in park.
Or Nebek now?
So, first of all, silence. That's probably the best thing of all over here. Okay, and then I do suggest that we are going to... No, but you? So, lights going off. You go away. And then slides are disarmed, wonderful. Okay, here we are. So, parking checklist please. Park and brake our trucks, brake set, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. So, I thoroughly enjoyed that one. If you're still here, Amir, thank you very much for creating that wonderful Airbus. It's a joy to fly. I really can't say it any different. It really is a joy to fly this one nowadays. Now let's see, have they started deboarding yet? Still working on it, it seems. Okay, wonderful. So here we are. Now let's go ahead and have a look into the chat down here. So, I'll just start bottom to top. Jedi01, do the MCDUs reset to the engine or IRAC page in real life as well? Yes, they do. Now, NASA, what are FGS and FLOG modes? I have not seen something like this on the A320. That's the FMS landing system, FLS. You can enable that down here in the sim settings and airline modifiable info, FLS. If you enable that, and then down here on the navrat page, you have glide slope selected up here, then you have this FMS landing system active, and the FMS landing system basically aims to standardize all different approach types. Regardless whether you fly an ILS, on the FLS the system or the display looks approximately exactly the same. And that's the intention behind this approach system. Now, 320 Sim Pilot Superfan, do the pilots always tell the cabin crew to arm or disarm doors, or does the head flight attendant sometimes announce it instead? Well, normally the pilots do it, but if the pilots forget for whatever reason, then the purser might do it as well. Especially the arming part of the doors. If the purser notices that the aircraft starts to push back and the command has not been received from the flight deck yet, then the purser is going to give the command. And also from 320 Sim Pilot Superfan, so is it okay to drink up the alternate fuel as long as you know you'll be able to land at your destination? Yes, exactly. Basically, you always need to have a valid plan B. That's the most important thing. But think about it this way. You need to have a valid plan B. Okay, so how about we look at this airport chart? So, 2 to left is what we landed on. That's my plan A. This up here is my plan B. And this down here is my plan C. So, I have 3 valid options for landing here at the airport. So why would I not do it? Why would I divert to my alternate because of this? Just no reason for it. You have several different runways here, so for that reason you have a valid plan B at your destination. It's the same when we fly into Frankfurt. Frankfurt has 3 parallel runways. Heck, that's plan A, B, C for you, provided that the weather is not bad. Of course, if the weather is bad, then okay, but in other cases, what would happen? Even if an aircraft crashes on the runway and one runway gets blocked, you have another runway, land there. And DN production, where can I see the minimum safe altitude in a chart? So, if you've got an en route or a terminal chart like this one, you can see it down here. And if you have an approach chart, you have it on the top right, so right up here. And the MSA is always given 25 miles around the fix, so in this case it's the airport, but you might also have a VOR in the area that is used for the fix or something else. But it's always 25 miles around it. And if there is a state border, it is only over the state that has issued the MSA. So for example, if we're in Finland over here and if we were close to, for example, the Swedish border, then the MSA would only be valid over Finnish territory. Now, Amplify, any tips for the PPL? Well, mostly don't trust what you read on the internet, but trust what your flight instructors tell you. There's so much nonsense written on the internet, you really don't want to pick up all that nonsense. But much rather listen to what your flight instructors tell you. They know what they're saying. I've got brakes hot, ECAM caution. So, ECAM actions. Park and brake, prefer chocks. So chocks are in position, brakes off, brake fan on, delay takeoff for cooling. Well, since this was the last flight of the day anyway, and since it's only 270 degrees, I can't be bothered turning the brake fan on. That's only going to shorten the life of the brakes. So clear brakes. And remove status. Alright, here we go. And Shadow, no, the sharklets are not here yet. The changelog is available in the Phoenix Discord. I recommend you to have a look there. Basically, it's some changes to the flight dynamics, some changes to the load sheet and to the electronic flight bag and stuff like that. And Marc-André Pyrie, why did we use FLS instead of the ILS? Mainly because I want to experiment with the FLS system a little bit. There are some airports in MSFS where the ILS is just broken. That is, for example, Stuttgart on runway 25. If you fly that approach, if you follow the ILS all the way down, it'll crash you into the terrain some 500 meters before the runway. And for this reason I want to experiment a little bit with the different approach types and see how they go. For example, on this one that we just flew, the FLS towards the very end became too low and would have put us into the approach lights. That's why I went above it intentionally. But I am going to experiment with it more to see what things are going to turn into. Now, Imonlin, my apologies for not being able to pronounce your name there. Can you explain the ground clutter suppression switch? Okay, so that's switch at the top of the weather radar there. Basically what GCS does, if you have the weather radar turned below the horizon line, then you will not only get reflections from precipitation, but also from the ground. So for example, mountains, cities, forests, all of those have a certain reflectivity. And the ground clutter suppression basically compares the radar returns with a hugely simplified, but still existent, terrain database in the weather radar's computer, and therefore removes those returns that it can identify from the ground or from the ground features, so that you really only see that weather that is indeed coming from actual weather and no returns from mountains and stuff like that. Now that's how a modern weather radar works. There have been older versions as well that used some of the differences in how constant the return or the energy is that you get from a feature, but the modern ones do it with a database, and I think that's what Fenix has fitted to their aircraft as well. And Shadow, why do I fly the A330 and not the A350? Basically because pilots don't get to choose. You choose a lifestyle, you see which airline hires for that lifestyle, and then you simply fly the aircraft that the airline offers you. If they offered me to fly a 767, I would have flown the 767. If they offered me the A300, I would have flown the A300. The A330 was just a fitting, was just the aircraft type the airline used at the time I applied, and so that's the plane I got. Of course, it is a very nice aircraft and happens to be among my favorites, so I'm very happy that I got the A330. But it's not like I would apply for a job based on the aircraft. I apply for a job based on a lifestyle, and the aircraft is secondary. Basically, all aircraft get you to their destinations. So why would I bother if it says Boeing, if it says Airbus, if it says Embraer, if it says Ilyushin? Heck, if it would suit my lifestyle, I would apply for Air Koryo. It doesn't, no worries. And I'm not sure if they have internet there. And Michael, great stream, have a great evening, cheers. Thank you, Michael. Now 320 SimPilot Superfan, which button do you press to talk to the ground crew? So there is two possibilities on what you can do there. The first one is you simply go into the interphone button up here. If you do that, the ground crew is gonna hear you. The other one is that you select interphone up here and then either use the radio switch or use the push to talk on your side stick. The most commonly used procedure is to use the interphone button here and then to use the push to talk on the side stick, because if you use the interphone button here, you can see it's sticky, so it's always going to transmit, while you don't want the ground crew to hear all your talking in the meantime. And as you can see, the radio switch is spring-loaded to go back to the neutral position so that you don't block the frequency. And that's how things work down there. Now Diddy, when will I release the video on how to convert? Could you just tell me how to convert exactly what? And Marcos, what's the trick to staying on the center line when landing? My plane is suddenly driving left and right, while when you landed just now, I didn't see the plane drift an inch. The primary trick there is to focus looking outside. I know it can be hard. I sometimes go left and right in the sim as well. That's mostly when I have to look down at my keyboard in order to find the button to activate the thrust reverses. But if you constantly look outside and focus on the center line, then you can control it very nicely. But it really comes down to being able to do just that, looking outside. And of course anticipate if the aircraft is going to turn left or right. If you've got a crosswind from the left, the nose is going to turn into it, so you will need right-hand rudder. Anticipate that a little bit. And Banandot, when using the SimWings Munich scenery, do you need to uninstall the one from MSFS or will it just override it? Do uninstall it. And Marc-André, no, you can't choose the minima of the ILS with an FLS. But let's be honest over here. Non-precision approaches have a minima that's only very slightly higher than the precision approach minima these days. You know, an RNAV approach can even have a minima at 250 feet, while the ILS Cat 1 is at 200 as the lowest possible minima, of course. Local airports might differ, but it's 50 feet difference. Does that make a difference? Well, if the weather is that bad, you're probably going for an autoland anyway, and then you'd be using the ILS and not the FLS. And B Aviation, hi, nice to see you. Just joined. What do you think is going to be the next development in aviation? Honestly, very hard to forecast. Everything is pointing to electrically powered aircraft now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some new type of engine that can use sustainable fuel much better. And then eventually over the next 20 or 30 years we will see electric aircraft become more popular. I think something in the middle there. MTU Aero Engines from southern Germany has actually advised the German government that if they get a funding of $20 billion, yes, $20 billion, they would be able to develop an engine that would fit under aircraft that currently use the CFM56 and be able to fly completely on sustainable fuel. So the German government didn't want to pay for that, but I think developments are going to go into those two directions, either electrical engines or those that can use 100% sustainable fuel. One of the two. Okay, so next question. Can the Airbus do lateral deviation like the Boeing? You probably mean offset, and yes, absolutely it can do that. That's basic FMS stuff, to be honest. Now Mike, any news on the book? Yes, I am somewhat waiting for the freighter now. I decided, well, it's late enough that releasing it right now, or releasing it in, you know, a little bit closer to the freighter, so that I can include some more freighter-specific information, is probably going to be worth it. Because the huge problem I have with the book is that once it's out, I cannot update it again. Because the regular bookshops, like for example Apple Books or Amazon/Kindle, don't allow me to update the book. So the first version I release has to be the final one. And for this reason, I'm kind of thinking, well, if I delay it a little bit, in order to be able to include the freighter specifics, that may probably be a good idea. Because the problem is, I'm a beta tester for the 777 and I advise PMG on the 737, but they don't give me early access to things before they go into official testing. So, with that said, I just don't have my hands on the final set of features that the aircraft is going to have. And I'm thinking, well, if I can make it freighter specific, if I can include that in the initial version, that might be a good idea. And Elias, can I make a video about all the pilot call-outs? I'll think about it. Let me write that one down. Gotta find my mobile here. Stand by. Stand by 1. Writing it down on computer now. It's probably easier. Okay. And Diddy, the video on how to divert. Yeah, absolutely. I can't tell you when it's gonna come out, but I am definitely gonna record it. And Kevin, any plans on trying Avia Planner? Not at the moment. Now, 320 SimPilot Superfan, how often do you open the cockpit windows? Not very often. Well, occasionally we use them to, let's call it, transfer some documents, which really means as much as throwing documents out of the window. But apart from that, I don't know, once or twice a month, maximum. Normally you keep them closed, because if you've got your air conditioning turned on, it's the same as it is in the car, you know. Keep those windows closed, the air conditioning is going to work better. So we really don't use them that often. Okay, so that was really a lot of different questions there. Now, our S2020, maybe also a video about go-around procedures and what to do after a go-around. Didn't I do that already? I think I did the go-around as part of the Fenix tutorials, didn't I? But I will check that, and if I did not, then I am definitely going to do it now. Alright guys, I think that's gonna be it. Thank you so much for watching. I plan to finish this one at 10 PM. It's now 10:49 already. So, all I can say is thank you so much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed these flights. Give me your feedback in the comments below. And with all of that out of the way, see you over the next couple of days. Thank you very much. As always, be sure to like, comment and subscribe. And if you really love what I'm doing on this channel, why not consider a small donation through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below. Thank you for watching.